is within 100.
Ah, I know this skull. There you go. I need to paint mine a little bit differently so it matches more closely. But yeah, that is it's the same one right there too. That's the Cleveland skull, which is not from Cleveland. It's housed in the Cleveland Museum now, but that is from Carter County, Montana. It's from right near Ekalaka. This is a cast right here, and this is a 3D print. Yeah, they've actually got several. They've got several 3D prints here on display.
Side, and you get a first-hand.
Oh, so fired. There was a big pile of rocks on top of it. Fisher. Oh, and it's on live stream too.
Oh,
You're so in trouble. Ruined. Should we tell the story of why I am so upset?
should we? Please.
I think so.
Yeah.
We have these nails that we use to make our mapping grid.
Yeah.
Later, if you want, I could show you one of the maps from last year.
Can you point to the nail right there?
Yeah, there's one here.
They're, as you can tell, Chet, they're kind of hard to spot sometimes.
Yeah. And there's little nails, and we have some larger nails.
Yeah.
That one says 50 east, 96 north. So the north line goes this way, east west line goes this way. And so when we map the bones, we have a little meter square that we put over, and then we draw our map on our little square of graph paper. And so that's how we map the bones in. And it's really nice to have the grid squares from last year, because that way it's consistent, and then we don't have to reset the grid, which also has some inaccuracies. So I always tell people the most important thing out here, even more important than the fossils or our health or having dinner, is to make sure that you do not mess with the nails. And so Fisher knows that well. He's been here for 3 seasons, and that one was kind of a vulnerable nail because we are moving dirt here. And so that we wouldn't mess with it, we actually put a big pile of rocks around it.
Oh. Well, that disguised the nail.
Covered it in
And
matrix.
somebody
and then...
forgot that there was a nail under the pile. The tag is gone. No dinner for him tonight.
Then I walked around to the other side of the boulder, and there's a cobble sitting there. I picked up that rock and I turned it over.
It was the skull, isn't it? Was it the skull? I promise I haven't seen this before. Was it the skull there?
Side of the boulder, and there's a cobble sitting there. I picked up that rock and I turned it over, and there's this dinosaur skull staring back.
Bingo.
So if you have the skull on one side.
Oh, did we get that on camera?
Thank you.
Thank you from viewers like you.
Thank you for viewers like that. Yeah, just like say it in a generic foreign accent. Thank you for viewers like you.
It's like a country that doesn't exist.
Gracias, por favor.
Yes.
La...
From Elbonia.
Elbonia.
What are beans in Spanish?
Krakosia.
That could be like 3.5 continents. Elbonia is pretty
Gracias
good.
por...
Right at the beginning.
Might be kind of tough to pry here.
Oh yeah, it's moving.
Okay. 1, 2, 3.
I'm gonna reshift a bit. Right here. I feel like I got a pretty good handle. We could probably just flip it hands. All right, ready?
Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Watch your foot, Spencer.
Oh, nicely done. Nicely done.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh.
Sweet, okay. Alright, doesn't look like we have any bones. That's just
Excellent.
that iron concretion that kind of looks like bone.
That.
I'm not sure what that is. That looks like plant material, I think. So yes, a successful flip there.
Very nice, guys. Very nice.
When we say a creature is more closely related to another creature than it is to a third creature, it's because they more recently share a common ancestor. It's all about ancestry. This is like the very foundational principle within biology. This is, if you don't know this, you don't know anything about biology, which is why most Americans, unfortunately, don't know anything about biology. Yeah. And Zico, welcome back. Good to see you here. Oh, whoa! I was not expecting that.
Here's a step-by-step guide to becoming a fossil. Step 1, die. Once you are
Yeah, not during my stream, please. Make sure you've lived a nice full life before you do that. As scientists, this is really important, so I'm glad that your friend asked this question. This is fundamental, foundational stuff. If you don't understand this, you don't understand biology. So thank you for giving me an opportunity to talk about it, because there's other people in the chat for whom this will be new information too. And I wish this sort of thing were taught in schools more.
Ooh, is that bone under there?
Yeah.
Very nice. Very, very nice.
Separated pretty nicely.
Yeah.
Couple bone chunks.
Quinn's on a roll today, just pulling up these big blocks of sandstone and mudstone, and then suddenly, you know, like this, just had a big rock covering it. It's right here. See that concavity right there? That was on top of this bone here. Quinn just pulled that off and separated perfectly.
This bone comes from the upper arm, like this.
It's a
It starts
humerus
completely
there.
flat. The bone wall is so thin, it's about the same dimension as the wall of a dirter. A dirter is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dir in it. Well, that's what this thing is like. Dirter.
Yep. Yeah.
Here, let's go stand over on the side somewhere so we're not like blocking traffic as much.
Oh, I know exactly who you are.
Oh, yeah?
Hold on. The paleontology guy.
That's me? Yeah.
Fuck, I follow you.
You do?
I really do. I swear to
great
God,
to meet
bro.
you.
No. Let's look at the followage. I was trying to stream snipe somebody else, but since
yeah?
you're here, hold on. No, paleontology guy, right?
Yeah. Just search paleo and I come right up. That's me at the top.
Yes, bro. Watch. I'm not. No cap. No. I'm sorry to.
No, you're great.
I'm sorry to
Great.
distract.
We're streaming right now. This is
Oh,
yeah.
oh my God, bro. No way, bro. I gotta do the followage. I just want to see.
Ouch. Whoa, little baby Triceratops. My goodness, I've never seen these before. These are brand new. Oh man, they're so tiny. I'm being mobbed by them right now.
Guy.
Whoa.
And if you look at the size of that brain relative to the skull, you know, Jingmai O'Connor has looked at the pictures with scales and whatnot.
Yeah.
She thinks that might be the biggest dinosaur brain we got.
So it would beat Troodon then.
Could be. It's certainly in that size range.
Well.
But these guys may give rise to Troodons. I mean, where the split,
Yeah, that would be
in
really
that fuzzy
interesting.
bottom of that radiation.
We've talked about this a bunch of times on the stream before, how we know that birds evolved from dinosaurs, that much is obvious. But, like, where exactly do birds come from within Dinosauria? Are they more closely related to Troodontids, to Dromaeosaurs? And it could be that, like, they're more closely related to critters like Utahraptor.
Well, certainly closer to Utahraptor than Velociraptor or
Yeah.
Deinonychus. But this animal, this new one, may be even closer. You know, which is
Really exciting.
really, you know, cool stuff. All right, you want to talk about...
Let's talk about the skull a little bit. That's
Okay.
charismatic and, you know, it'd be easy for...
Pretty cool. So, dwarf mammoth and supersized imperial mammoth. Pretty neat. I guess it goes to show that, like, the proboscidean bow plan, body plan, is really versatile. I mean, it can work at a massive scale like this, and it can work much smaller, too. Oh, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe a skull bone or something like that. We'd probably be working a little bit more slowly, but like, it's high priority to get this thing out of here so we can get to the more important bones underneath. And here comes the flip. Beautiful. Textbook.
A little bit of bone there, but it came out just clean. It's probably from the same, probably from your bone. Yeah.
It's very nice.
Let me get some glue and then we're good to go.
Whoa, 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 Now the universe itself keeps on expanding and expanding in all of the directions it can whiz. As fast as it can go, the speed of light, 12,000 miles a minute, and that's the fastest speed there is. So remember when you're feeling very small and insecure, how amazingly unlikely is your birth. And pray that there's intelligent life somewhere up in space, 'cause it's hard to find down here on Earth. There you go. I hope you enjoyed that. I'm trying to think if there's any other songs that I could play. Edmontosaurus. Check that out. Holy cow. It's so big it doesn't even fit in the frame. Look at that right there. Look at that. Truly impressive, if you ask me. I think that is pretty darn cool. Look at it. And let's put the lower jaw on too. Yeah, It's worth it to see you appreciate the effort poured into it. Oh, P-Funki, this is an incredible game, and I am so amazed at all of the people who have poured so much effort into it. It's incredible. And I want to see it continue to grow and become successful, and so I'm going to be streaming this a lot. And I'm honestly having so much more fun with this than I would with a more popular game like Ark or the Isle or the Jurassic World game or whatever. This is where it's at, and I am so excited about it. Oh yeah. If anybody at home has got a Prius and they want to be able to take it off-road, look up Prius Off-Road. There's a company in Chico, California, where they produce these lift kits for them. So it gives you just enough ground clearance where you won't scrape when you're going over rough terrain and stuff, and it allows you to put larger tires on it. So I'd recommend that. Yeah. Huh. Yeah. You want to grow up to be Mini Pie? Funny, because you're about the same age. Yeah. He says, look at me. I am the streamer now. I am the streamer now. Aw, sweetie pie.
5 meters high at the shoulder, roaming Eurasia from Romania to China at the end of the Oligocene epoch, long after.
How those giant mammals, look how cute they are. Oh my, just adorable. Just look, we want to pinch its little perissodactyl cheeks right there. Paraceratherium. I mean, that's cute, you know? Yeah, the largest mammal to ever walk the earth. Yeah, a pocket pet. There you go, Orchestran. Yeah. And Little Pig Pony says, I just got off work, now I'm off for the next 4 days. Well, there's a lot to be said about behavioral similarities between them, between the non-avian dinosaurs, the non-bird dinosaurs, and their birdie descendants, too. Wouldn't otherwise have. That's pretty cool. That's one of the things that makes us human, that we can not only ask, where did we come from? How did everything here come to be? We can actually find the answers. That's incredible. That's really amazing. And it's, I think, one of the most noble pursuits that anybody could have. That's why I'm proud to be a paleontologist. So, yeah. I hope that works. Yeah. There we go. So far, so good, I would say. Yeah. Excellent. not too shabby. I gotta add the A, not a dinosaur. But yeah, this is looking better than I thought it was gonna look, right off the bat. Yeah, good. I'm happy with this so far. I'm quite happy with this.
Yeah. And Corpse Smoothie says, my daughter won't stop asking how many dinosaurs you've dug up. You mean so far this summer? 0. We're just starting our work out here. But over the course of my career, I've dug up, shoot, I don't know how many individual dinosaurs. Probably close to 100? I don't know. I've dug up a lot of different dinosaurs in the past. I've been digging dinosaurs since 2011. So, yeah, if that was only 10 dinosaurs a year, that would be over 100. Some years it's definitely been more than 10, though. So, yeah. Yeah. Look at the suture between the premaxillae and the max right here. Look at this right here. You see it there? Yeah. That's totally it. That is totally it. Wow. Wow. Let this be a lesson to everyone. Do not purchase dinosaur fossils at auction, especially when their provenance is doubtful. Whoever bought this got majorly ripped off. Dinosaur paleontology isn't rocket surgery. It's not that complicated. We've got a big sauropod thigh bone down there, big femur. And parts of that are real, yeah. From Hanksville, Utah. I'm gonna be driving past there in just a few days.
They're young on the beach. Yeah.
Very cool. And you can see there are parts of this that are broken off, like the pubes right there. That's snapped, broken. Wonder what happened. That might be plaster anyway, but still. Yeah, one of the caudal chevrons is broken off right there, and you can see the metal rod coming out. Yeah, it's a very old-fashioned way of mounting a skeleton like this. I'd love to see these mounted, you know, in an upright, sprightly, modern posture. But I don't know. And then there's a young Allosaurus right there, it looks like. Very cool.
So right here is where we have our biggest fragment. So this is
part
of the vertebra. So this is the centrum here, probably the upper quarter of it.
So that's like the body of the vertebra, the round part right there. Right. Yeah, and it's broken along this surface. So this would be a huge animal. Yeah. I mean, that would be like one of the biggest hadrosaur vertebrae I have ever seen. Mm-hmm. This animal would be huge, like maybe T-Rex sized, like approaching like maybe 13 meters, like 40 feet long.
So right here is the slot where the spinal cord would go through. It's the neural canal.
Neural canal right there. Very cool. Here, show the camera again, because that's pretty neat. Yeah, right there. That's where the animal's spinal cord would go through. Pretty awesome.
There's some other pieces of it here. So we got this, which probably fits in right over here.
Ooh, okay.
Got it.
If you're looking for like a comprehensive like encyclopedia about dinosaurs, you can't get much better than Thomas Holtz's, I think, 2007 book, Dinosaurs, the most complete, up-to-date guide for people of all ages, or something like that. It's a green book. Holtz, Holtz is the author. It's a little out of date at this point, but it's really good. Still holds up in a lot of ways. If you're looking for more of a book to read cover to cover, I'd really recommend the writings of Michael Novacek. He's mostly a mammal paleontologist. I think he might still be curator of paleontology at the American Museum of Natural History in New York City. But his kind of fieldwork autobiography from like 2002, I think, called Time Traveler. So it goes, should all the lyrics be forgot, and I didn't look them
Should all the lyrics be forgot, and Happy New Year. Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It is wonderful to have you here. Happy Monday. Hope you all had an excellent weekend. I know I did. It was a busy one. Here I am. We're gonna have an interesting stream today. Some of you have maybe heard the news about the claimed resurrection of the dire wolf. Anacyon dirus. We'll be talking about that. Trying to separate the hype from the actual science. This is news to me. I'm going to be learning about this at the same time as many of you are, because I've had a busy morning and haven't really had a chance to look into it too closely yet, so we'll be doing it live. We'll also be getting an update about what's going on in St. George, Utah, where I was helping with that emergency fossil dig. So we'll be calling up the curator of the museum there, Andrew Milner, seeing if we can catch him and seeing what the news is there. And then we've got MarshMadness later. It's going to be Allosaurus versus Ceratosaurus, and then Stegosaurus versus Dryosaurus. I don't have any Dryosaurus stuff on the wall, but my money's on Dryosaurus to win the whole thing. We'll see if that happens. Anyway, Sweetie Pie, how are you doing? Goodness, we've got already. We've got Sweetie Pie making an appearance. How are you doing, Sweetie? Did you have a good weekend? I know you did. I was here for most of it. Yeah. It is time to pay rent. Yeah. Oh, Sweetie Pie. Yeah. Anyway, if anybody's here for the very first time, welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. And I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. This is the best way that I know of for communicating fossil science to a wide audience, getting people excited, answering questions, trying to give you an inside peek into how fossil science really works. That's what we're all about here. So, welcome to Paleontologizing, everybody. Sweetie Pie welcomes you too, even if her real motivation right now is that she wants treats. We'll make that happen, okay? Yeah. Get your butt out of the camera. Yeah. Anyway, everybody, I hope you're having an excellent day. We're gonna have a fun stream here. Sorry I'm a little bit late. I had an important meeting earlier that I can't tell you about yet, but it is something Twitch related, and I'm excited for that. You should be too, I think. Yeah, and then I've been talking with some colleagues about field work in next week back in Utah. We'll be heading back down there, and then field work in Wyoming starting at the very end of May. And we've got field work in July through August near Moab, Utah. It's going to be a fun and very full summer, so I'm starting to make preparations for that. Huh? You're gonna miss me, Sweetie Pie. Yeah, you are. Let's pay the rent here to our ravenous landlord, Sweetie Pie. Here we go. Oh, there you go. And Sweetie Pie, you are somewhat taxonomically appropriate for today's stream. We're going to be talking fossil mammals today. Is that a direwolf? No, Rooster on Rye. This is Felis catus, domestic cat. Although sometimes she's about as ferocious as a direwolf might have been, I would say. Anyway, it's good to have you here, Rooster on Rye. Ms. Art Rules, Commodore, Dr. Hubs, Pooji, Jazzy Cat, Golganek, Zote, Neolithic Fool, Rusty Guy, Lenina, Astronomy Show, Axeman, Eldrasaur, Claire Burr, hope you're doing well, Claire. Crimson Carnotaurus, Eminette, Miar Aznabal, Baja Smancer, Ari Axis, Lardverse, that's not a name I recognize. Welcome to Paleontologizing, Lardverse. Yeah, Jody Fish, Morrison Man, hello, hello. Dire wolf de-extinction. I know, we're going to be talking about it, Morrison, man. We're going to be trying to sift through some of the hype here. And, yeah, we'll be talking about that. Look at all these creeks. I think that's enough for now, sweetie pie. I just want you, don't want you to become Pleistocene megafauna. It's too big. No, she wouldn't. It's a dumb joke. Suave Oreo and Sabertease, hello, hello. Gazorper. What's shaking, Gazorper? I feel like it's been a while. How are you doing? And we're getting another cat approach as well. Mini Pie, how are you doing? It might be a little while until we can actually jump into the science. Because I've got 2 landlords breathing down my neck right now. Looking to get paid. Could have never told them about this stream, you know? They're always showing up on camera. Anywho. Yeah. Oh, see you later, sweetie pie. We'll see if Minnie decides to jump up here, too. Next, says Arla. Yeah, there you go, right on cue. Ladies and gents. And Envies, it's Mini Pie here. Hello, hello, Mini Pie. How are you doing? Don't drink out of my drink. That's not for you. That's not for you. It's not. No. Mini Pie's already had some time on the desk today. During that meeting earlier. She's incorrigible. Aren't you, Mini Pie? Yeah. Yeah. Your cats prefer your flowers, says Lenina. It's a thing that they do, you know? They're like, wow, water on the desk must be important. I'm gonna drink that. I'm gonna stick my cat snout in that. And Alfie Entropy says a little panther. Yes, indeed. That's Mini Pie. Pretty good description of her.
Change in evolution. If extinction didn't occur, successful group would dominate and it would last forever.
That's true, Helvetica Scenario. Thank you for the 9 months of support. Really appreciate that. Yeah. Or their tails. Yeah, Jody Fish. Just sticking tails into water cups like a paintbrush. Yeah. You definitely enjoy doing that, don't you? Let's get you some treats, shall we? Come here. Ooh. Well, well, well. Look at that. Look at that, Mini Pie. Lots of treats for you. And Community Time says, I saw the Isle of Skye dinosaur news yesterday. Yeah, about those fossil footprints. It was like, Danny told us about that last week. Yes, indeed. I guess I've been trending a little bit toward talking about things right when they come out. I guess because I haven't had very much time to plan out some of these streams lately with so many other things going on. So we've been kind of tackling fossil news as it arises, and not waiting until people hear about it from other sources. Well, you don't want that one? There you go. Yeah, good stuff. Is she doing better with her teeth now? I think so, Jody Fish. She does seem to be crunching the treats more readily than she was before. Yeah. What do you think? You're gonna chew that one? Yeah, I got at least one crunch in there. Good stuff. She's hoovering up all the little morsels, little crumbs you left behind. Good job. Clean plate club, Mini Pie. Yeah, excellent. You see the shaped spot on her arm? Where she had an IV during her procedure? Yeah. All right, Mini Pie. Anyway, everybody, it's good to have you here.
Less than 3 paleodons.
In that brief moment,
Samikian, thank you
are the only
for the
species
16 months of support. Holy cow.
appreciate the great dinosaurs.
I appreciate you, Samikian. Thank you for keeping me here online through your continued support. 16 months now. It's a long time. Again, this is, believe it or not, my full-time job. This is how I make my living. The world's first full-time live streaming paleontologist, you could say. This is how I fund my research, my fieldwork, and how I do outreach. So getting 3 birds stoned at once, so to speak. I say that because we're not in the business of killing birds here. Certainly not. We'll get 2 or more birds stoned at once. Anyway. Charlie's Dragon says petting cats, talking about dinosaurs. It's what he does. I mean, yeah, I definitely do a lot of both. It was actually a lot of fun yesterday. My Auntie Joyce, my great aunt, had her 90th birthday party. You would never guess that she was 90 years old. You'd maybe guess like 70. She is in amazing shape. She's a wonder, Auntie Joyce. But yeah, we had a birthday party / kind of like family reunion thing. And I met some family members I'd never met before. We had some new additions to the family too, through marriage, which was really cool. And yeah, it was nice to catch up with family, and I ended up talking about dinosaurs a lot, which was a lot of fun. I gotta say, I'm really lucky to have an area of study that people find so interesting. Just regular folks. You don't have to sell people on the idea of dinosaurs. They arrive curious and fascinated, and they want to hear all about it. And that's pretty cool, you know? In many ways, dinosaurs, fossil science in general.
Though it may not seem like much, 500
Oh, Gal Rocks, thank you.
Supporting science. I'll tweet here on Twitch.
Thank you for the 500 bits there, Gal Rocks. That reminds me, we need to update our goal for the week. And goal? There we go. Let's do April 7th through 10th. 8th, 9th, yeah, 10th. Science, outreach, sub-goal.
You know, speaking of dinosaurs, did you realize that chickens are a lot like little dinosaurs with feathers? I didn't.
They are.
Until I read a book called The Dinosaur Chicken Conspiracy. But apparently the poultry farmers don't want us to know anything about it, so they've hushed it up.
Granny Pantaloons, 13 months of support right there. Thank you for keeping me here on the air. I appreciate you. That's wonderful. Good stuff. Yeah. Anywho, where was I? Oh yeah. No, paleontology, in particular, big charismatic critters like dinosaurs, are this wonderful kind of entry point into science. And that's how I got into science in the first place, and it's wonderful being able to share that with other people, and it's the whole basis for these streams, you know? But yeah. You're talking about dinosaurs, says Casey Stewart. Alright. Of course. How are you doing, Casey? It's good to see you. I hope you had a great weekend. You are funny today, Casey. You're funny most days, I would say. In fact, every day I've seen you. You're always making humorous remarks, observations, etc. Don't sell yourself short. You're funnier than you realize. Archosaurs are our language here, yes. Our love language on this stream is science. Thanks for, taking in that with me. Before we get into the direwolf news slash discussion.
Try blaming the dinosaur. Uploads boring conversations on. Have you met Danny? He's a dinosaur specialist.
Am I the person everyone offloads boring conversations on? I might be, but if I am, I don't realize it. You know? The conversations aren't boring anymore once we start talking about dinosaurs. Whether I'm at a party or a family function or a work thing or whatever. Yeah. I guess maybe some people kind of use me like a crutch like that. Like, oh, this conversation is flagging. Let's go get Danny. Let's talk about dinosaurs for a minute. Those conversations are fun, Svavoria. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Danny's more than happy to oblige. I am. You know, I can and will and do talk about dinosaurs all day. On that note, I haven't had a chance to check on St. George news recently, so let's do a quick Google News search.
It has been a great 23 months. Thanks, Danny.
The adult.
Thank you, Gopher Fluffernut, for the 23 months of support. I really appreciate that, Gopher Fluffernut. Thank you for the prime there. Much appreciated. Here, see if we can spot any new articles here. That's interesting.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And Golganak, thank you for the 100 bits. We've got a hype train here. Beautiful.
Gifted a tier
And
1
Lukai.
1994.
Thank you, Lukai, for the gifts up there. I really appreciate it. That brings our total so far for the week up to 2 new subs. Appreciate that, Lukai. Thank you.
Matt M33
look at this
gifted a
one?
tier 1 sub to Bajas Mansa.
And Baha
We have
Smancer.
given 259 gift subs in the
Excellent.
channel.
Just got a gift sub from Matt M33. Thank you, Matt M33. I appreciate you. It's great to have you. Yeah, good stuff. Okay, and here's... Where did that go? There we go. For those of you who are wondering, what are we talking about here? If you're just joining us, this is a project that I got involved with, it's about a month ago. And I'm going back to St. George next week, it looks like. Here's just a quick little intro.
Across the street from the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site is a fossil dig site where crews are working on a deadline. The city of St. George is expected to begin construction on a new power substation in May, making the fossils there unattainable. So crews from across the U.S. and as far away as England are trying to pull as much as they can from the ground before then. Paleontologist and science communicator Danny Anduza traveled to Utah from Oakland, California to support these efforts by live streaming on his Twitch channel, Paleontologizing, and joining the excavation.
About a month ago, I heard from the state paleontologist here in Utah, Jim Kirkland, about this kind of emergency fossil excavation going on. I've been hearing about the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site since I was a kid, and I'd always wanted to come here, never had a chance to until right now. So I figured...
Dinosaurs came in all shapes and sizes.
Your mother's dad. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome.
Show up and help with the excavation as much as I can, and also help spread the word about this as much as I can too. See if I can garner some support, get people excited about it, get them to donate or potentially volunteer, and yeah, here I am.
Anduza shares his first impressions of southern Utah.
Utah is a wonderland for dinosaurs, and St. George in particular. In terms of dinosaur tracks, you really can't beat this place. It's pretty special. It's a very special place. I hope everyone in St. George realizes just...
1,000 bits can make a wonderful difference in promoting the appreciation and understanding of fossil science here on Twitch.
Smack and cheese. Thank you for the 1,000 bits. Thank you. Appreciate that very much. Shoot. Thanks for the support. Here is a... Oh, there's the link right there. Thank you, Claire. Claire is on it.
The wonders you have right in your own backyard. Being from California, from the Bay Area, I'm a little bit jealous.
To learn more about paleontologizing, how to volunteer for the
There's
fossil
Andrew
dig,
Milner right
and
there.
what's being discovered there.
We're going to give him a
read
call
the
in a
full
minute.
story online. This is Alicia Lundgren reporting for St. George News, your #1 source for local news.
Yeah, and so that was really cool. Alicia there was taking some of this footage and following us around as I was doing a live stream that day. Getting a personal VIP red carpet tour from curator Andrew Milner.
Rosetta Stone of meeting dinosaurs.
There is no such a thing as a Rosetta Stone in science.
Thank you, Nell. I'm sorry that Stream Elements keeps stepping on the TTS for that. I didn't have time to change all the alerts over to Twitch alerts this weekend, but I will be doing that soon, I hope. Nell says, I got to see a specific wild bird I hadn't seen in years. And I get a sub-anniversary with Danny on the same day, too. Week's looking up already. Appreciate you, Nell. Thank you for the 34 months of support. That's a lot of months. That's almost a whole year, isn't it? Appreciate you, Nell. Thank you. And yeah, I know there's a lot of bad stuff happening in the world right now. There's a lot of bad news. I'm proud to be able to make some kind of a positive contribution in the world, and part of that was what I was trying to do here in St. George, trying to bring awareness to this project. They are in dire need of funds and volunteer support and donations of all kinds, and we have been able to pull together as a community and really make a difference there, which I'm very excited about.
50 subs.
Holy cow, Murph! That is extraordinary. Thank you, Murph. Holy moly. What's that about? Murph, thank you so much. Holy cow. 50 big ones right there. There are now 50 chatters who won't have to watch a single ad on this channel, at least, for the next month. So while I'm back out in St. George, Utah next week, I'm going to be leaving on either Tuesday or Wednesday, depending on how things go. No, I might be leaving on Monday, actually. I'll be leaving on Monday or Tuesday. Yeah, I've got some stuff I got to attend to museum-wise, I think, here in the Bay Area on Monday. So either I'll leave that afternoon, or I'll leave first thing in the morning the next day. We'll see. But, yeah, really excited to be out there. And so the point is, the reason I bring this up, I'm probably going to be doing a Saturday stream that week, too, and a Friday stream. There are 50 chatters who won't have to watch a single ad during that whole thing, thanks to Murph. Thank you, Murph, for your generosity. You are such an incredible supporter of this community and our mission of science outreach. Appreciate you, Murph. Thank you. Yeah. And is it your birthday, Murph? Holy moly. Didn't know your aunt's birthday was also Murph Day. Happy Murph Day to you, Murph. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Holy cow. Congrats on another successful trip around the Earth's sun. I hope you have many, many more, and I hope they keep getting better and better. Thank you for all of your support, Murph. It means a lot to me, and I know it means a lot to other members of this community, too. Thank you. Oh, we had one other piece of news. Have we looked at this one yet? Paleontologists race to excavate fossils before construction at new substation site. This was from April 1st. We may have seen this already.
Great story. This morning we're launching a new series called Uniquely Southern Utah, spotlighting the people, places, and issues that make this region unlike anywhere else in the state. And we're starting with a story that quite literally digs into that idea.
A site
we have seen
rich
this one,
with
yeah.
prehistoric fossils is now the future home
a new power substation. The city of St. George says it is a balancing act, updating critical infrastructure while preserving the history beneath our feet.
Well, for paleontologists, it's a race against time. We have our Southern Utah reporter, Liv Kelleher, joining us live this morning. Good morning, Liv. You are at that dig site. It's pretty cool, isn't it?
Yes, good morning. Right behind me here is where that digging is taking place. The paleontologists here were given 3 months to uncover as many fossils as they can before construction on that substation begins. Diana Call, the executive director of the dinosaur discovery site just across the street over here in St. George, says they're making good progress, thanks in part to a partnership with the city.
So it's about 200 million years, similar to the site across the street. Mostly what we're finding are fish fossils.
There's not really other sites of this age with the kinds of dinosaurs that we have in them anywhere else in North America.
This dig project is part of the city's broader efforts to plan for growth alongside preservation of our archaeological and cultural resources.
Responsible growth.
We did see this already.
Really trying to maintain the services that we provide and the quality of life.
So repairs and so
the city has helped us a lot.
And it's therefore likely that we're here today because by the luck of the draw, dinosaurs who had been dominant over mammals in ordinary times got felled in a mass extinction.
I appreciate the 10 months of support there, Dinodax. 11 months? 11 months. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate you, Dinodax. Good stuff. Yeah, it looks like we don't have any new St. George news, but what I'm going to do is let's give Andrew Milner a call here real quick. There he is right there, curator of the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site Museum. Let's see if we can get an update real quick before we jump into the direwolf news and kind of trying to figure out what's going on there. Let's see here. Andrew is a very, very busy guy, as I always say, so we'll see if we can catch him right now. If not, he'll probably call us back. But let's bring him up right now.
Hi, Danny. How are you?
Andrew, I'm doing well. How are you doing?
Busy, just trying to get my camping gear together. I'm Randy Ermis and Tyler from the Natural History Museum in Salt Lake.
Yeah.
Have arrived.
Nice.
So
I've got you on speaker right now. I hope that's okay. There's 263 people watching. Yeah.
Just as long as you don't mind me, I'm kind of jumping all over the place right now trying to grab gear out of the tool shed for camping.
We know how busy you are, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, going pretty good. We got a dinosaur vertebra on Friday.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah, it looks very theropod.
Uh-huh.
A chunk fell off the side, and it looks like it's got the neural arch. So.
Oh yeah, nice.
So that's good. It's got the important bits. We're hoping it wasn't just a centrum. Sure enough, it's not. So that's
excellent.
Good.
Yeah, in the photos, you can only see the edges of the centrum, so I'm glad that there's more of it.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
We've got more coelacanth bones coming out.
Okay.
We have, let me think. We've got lots of shark's teeth. We've got a totally new search image for these sharks.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah, we've got, I'd say, close to 30 shark's teeth now.
Holy cow. Wow.
Yeah, from all around the mouth. So, yeah, it's pretty cool. They're like in these, so in the reddish rock, they're kind of in these little halos around the fossils.
Okay.
So they're really, really easy to spot. It's also really helping thanks to donations from people purchasing off Amazon.
Yeah.
All the hand lenses we have coming in.
Fantastic. I'm so glad to hear that. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's good. Also, today our new angle grinder arrived in diamond blades.
All right.
So that means I'm not going to have to fire up the big rock saw to cut out little tiny things, which is a real bonus.
That's brilliant. Yeah. And you can use both simultaneously. That might speed things up too.
Also, it looks like Ace Hardware, which is in Dino Crossing Shopping Mall right next to us, next to the Smiths.
Mm-hmm.
They're looking to donate conduit, so we can use that for
shade tarps,
for setting up more shade tarps because it's getting really hot.
Right. I was looking at the forecast. It's going into the 90s this week, I think.
Yeah. Hold on a second. I'm just firing up my car.
Yeah, you bet.
You might disconnect for a second.
No worries. Yeah.
Yeah. What else? No word on the shipping container yet.
Okay.
So, yeah, fingers crossed on that. Because the lab is filling up. I managed to get a lot of area cleaned out, and of course the plaster jackets are piling up in the carport.
Yeah, running out of space, I'm sure.
Yeah. Let me see what else. So Ammon Bateman from AB Excavation was here again on Saturday. And he could only do so much in terms of moving material.
Right.
So he's kind of limited. He ended up picking up a shovel and helping us digging by hand.
Oh wow. Okay.
Which seems kind of bizarre since he's got a big piece, an excavator. But of course we're down to the more delicate stuff. Anyway, so Handy Excavation guys, I've spoken to them today, and they're working on getting material removed from around the side of the hill and around the back. So over the upper and the lower bone bed. Yeah. So that's going to be really good. That way, Ammon can get in there and do more. Sorry, I'm kicking in the air conditioning here.
That's okay.
Yeah, the temperature is saying 85 degrees in my car, so
oh boy,
it's a little warm out here. Oh, wow, some bad driving going on too. Hold on a second, just paying attention here to make sure.
Of course, yeah.
Comes into me. Yeah, so it's going pretty good. It's going slower than I would have hoped.
Yeah.
I'd say we're about maybe quarter of the quarry done.
Okay.
And we're running out of time if they're sticking to their schedule. So anyway, I sent out an email just like not very long ago to the City of St. George people to see when are they looking to break ground?
Right.
If
the
they're
most extraordinary group of animals that have ever appeared on this.
They might not be building the substation there, which would be amazing.
Really? There's a chance they might pick a different spot?
There's a rumor floating around that might happen. So big time crossed on that.
Yeah.
But we could still continue the quarry. If they were to let us keep going, we'd probably stop during the summer and probably get the area fenced off.
Yeah.
And then continue quarrying again in the fall. Of course, we wouldn't be as rushed. But what would be really cool if that were to happen, maybe we could have, excavated so it's a cliff, in the back. And of course, then it would, if they're not building a substation, would then become park.
Right.
So part of the park would also be a partial exhibit showing the actual outcrop in place. So, geologists now and in the future can see where we've collected all the layers where we've collected all the stuff from. I think that would be kind of cool.
That would be awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, it would be. What else? What else? Would you have any specific questions for me? I'm trying to think of what I was going to say.
I guess, yeah. That's all really, really good news, especially about the city possibly delaying or picking a different spot. Is there well, I guess on the more negative side of things, I don't know if you want to talk about this, but Jim called me up this morning and he said that there were some people who wandered into the quarry at night and messed with some things.
Yes. No,
some vandalism.
Well, I actually spotted the people. I was leaving the museum about 7:15, hooking up the gate to the the driveway that goes up at the back. Tossed some stuff in the dumpster, and I looked over and I could see a black shirt in the quarry. And of course I kept looking, and then all of a sudden I saw two kids running up the hill. Sure enough, we got to the site this morning. There was a coelacanth bone that was still in place in the ground. We found it late in the day, so we weren't able to actually get it out of the ground.
Right.
And sure enough, kind of like the second day when we had the quarry open, the people had just pulled the bones up. Like they just busted the bones and just left all the pieces there. So yeah, not great.
No.
So that's kind of frustrating. Anyway, I just got word that I should be expecting a call from the police department pretty soon.
Okay. Yeah.
Hopefully the city will be able to assist. I'm really hoping that somebody can help us with fencing around the entire site. So that would add a little bit more protection. And you've seen what we have to do each day. I mean, hauling all the gear out of the quarry.
Oh yeah, it's a ton of work.
To the fenced area.
Tearing down at the end of the day.
It's a lot of extra work in the morning and in the evenings. Of course, we're trying to encourage volunteers with Julissa sending out emails to the volunteers, like asking if they can get if we could get a little assistance in the morning and the evening, putting all the gear away. I mean, we've had days where it's just like 2 or 3 of us putting all these sledges and lots of heavy tools back and forth, taking them back and forth. So anyway, I was just over at the museum as well. I'm giving a presentation tonight for the Western Interior Paleontological Society.
For WIPS, yeah, nice.
On the March 2023 discovery of the tritylodonted bone beds that we made at Lake Powell in the lower part of the Navajo Sandstone and Upper Chienta Formation. So yeah, I'm getting ready for that. And got a little bit of a glitch with one of my videos of the CT scan showing a fossil skull inside one of the blocks. So I'm hoping Julissa is going to be able to give me a little bit of help tonight.
Nice, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, then I'm camping out with the UMNH crew in Warner Valley again tonight.
Excellent, yeah.
Definitely a lot warmer than when you were here last time.
When I come back next week, I'll bring my warm weather sleeping bag for sure.
Oh, another thing that's been happening in the quarry, the scorpions are starting to come out. So people
scorpions
in the quarry, yeah.
That's fun. Okay.
Yeah,
as long as nobody gets stung. Like they're cool to see for sure. Yeah.
Yep.
Neat. Okay. Will there be people camping out in the same spot when I get there? Maybe next Tuesday or Wednesday.
I don't know.
Okay, we'll figure that out. But yeah, I'm excited to come back out there.
Yeah, if not, we might be able to make other arrangements for you. Potentially staying at somebody's house, because we do have some folks that that have put the offer out there for they have extra rooms, so that is a possibility.
Right. Okay. Awesome.
That way you get air conditioning, nice shower.
Yeah.
Each night.
Luxury.
That's a bonus. Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So when are you thinking about coming out here again?
That should be, let's see, let me look at my schedule here. Probably on Tuesday, I'm thinking, the 15th.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent. Sounds good.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for your time, Andrew. Good luck out there. Stay cool, and keep finding good stuff. I'm really excited about this.
All right. All right. Thanks, Danny.
Take care, Andrew. All right. Bye-bye.
Yeah, you too. Bye.
All right. Excellent. Everybody, that was curator of the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site Museum and leader of the current and ongoing emergency fossil dig, Andrew R.C. Milner, paleontologist. Great to get an update about that. Really too bad to hear about that vandalism. Again, that's... we need a fence or some sort of surveillance or something. But all things considered, stuff's going really well. They're finding excellent fossils, and holy moly, if the city actually postpones the destruction of that site, or decides not to destroy it, if they decide to move their power substation project to a different location, oh man, that's like one of the best possible outcomes we could ask for. So fingers crossed. We'll see. Yeah, that's victory there, Jody Fish. We can hope for it. Oh man, fantastic. And I'm sorry, right in the middle of the call there, Auntie Joyce, if you're still here, thank you. And again, happy birthday. Auntie Joyce says, thank you so much, Danny. That's very sweet. Thank you, Auntie Joyce. Yeah. A wonderful time at your party. I hope you had a wonderful time. Congrats on 90 years. Holy moly. It's the sort of thing where, like, you tell people you're 90, and I suspect a lot of folks would laugh at you. They're like, no way. I think you're joking. Let's see. Do we have a photo here? And thank you, Niffler. I appreciate that, Niffler. Thank you very, very much. No advertisements for you, Auntie Joyce, for the next month. Thank you, Niffler, for that sub-gift. Appreciate it. Yeah. Anywho, and
here to fight with monsters. We came here to find fossils.
Emma T. Potato, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. And I saw Asher was here in the chat too. Asher, thank you for all your help. I hope you're doing well out there. Helping out when you can. Good stuff. Yeah. Holy cow. Yeah. Anyway, excellent. Yeah. And yeah, I'm here. Yeah, thank you, Asher. Good to have you here. Why don't we go ahead and get into our promised news for the day? Well, in a minute. We'll talk about the whole direwolf thing. But first, like we've been forgetting to do lately, let's do a blue sky post, and let's first look at some clips. Here we go. I've been trying to encourage people to clip more clips lately, so we can have more clips for our starting shortly clips reel. So let's take a look at some of these. Did we already do this already? Not sure if we have any new ones. Let's see, top 7 days. 5 days ago, 4 days ago, 28 minutes ago. Yesterday, my Auntie Joyce, my great aunt, had her 90th birthday party. We were just talking about this. You would never guess that she was 90 years old. You'd maybe guess like 70. She is in amazing shape. She's a wonder, Auntie Joyce. Oh yeah, we had a birthday party. Absolutely. That was absolutely. ton of fun. Let's see. 4 days ago, dinosaurs are science. What is this? Dinosaurs can be thought of as almost like a gateway drug into the sciences. They're often children's first introduction to the concept of science because dinosaurs are inherently very scientific creatures. We can't go outside and observe them today unless we're talking about avian dinosaurs, unless we're talking about birds. But if we're talking about non-bird dinosaurs, you can't understand dinosaurs without understanding science. The reason we know anything at all about dinosaurs that lived during the Mesozoic is because of science. It's because of concerted scientific work. Excavating those fossils, cleaning them, preparing them, studying them, publishing on them. These are all scientific processes. You can't go and see a Stegosaurus in the zoo. And if you want to understand Stegosaurus, if you're interested in that animal, that requires a certain kind of scientific mindset. I like that a lot. Thank you, Claire. That's a great clip. And I'll look for yours too, Charlie's Dragon. Let's download that so we can put it into the clips reel there. Denny is thagomized for science. This must be it here.
June.
Those spikes on the end of the tail, we presume were used for defense against predators. And we do have some direct evidence of that. Wounds in dinosaurs like Allosaurus, where it seems like, something pierced through bits of their skeleton. You just have a big wound in the side of the animal. Or like something pierced through the bone. Almost certainly a Stegosaurus spike. Not a small critter, not a small implement. I mean, picture this just going like that. But in life, it would have been significantly longer. This is just the bony core, right? Yep. So in life, this would have been covered with a sheath of keratin. The same kind of substance that your fingernails are made out of. Good stuff. Thank you, Charlie's Dragon, for clipping that as well. Brilliant. And let's see if we got any more. Then we'll do a Blue Sky post, then we'll get into our Dire Wolf news. So, whether we're talking about like a ceratopsian horn, this is a bone right there. Keratin again. Is in black, and the keratin sheath is in that teal color. Same with the stegosaur plate or an armor plate from an ankylosaur like Borealopelta. So one of the cool things that Michael Habib was talking about during his presentation at SVP was that by carefully studying Borealopelta, looking at that specimen, that's this critter right here, Borealopelta, and looking at the exquisitely well-preserved armor plates, the osteoderms, they were able to figure out what's going on in terms of how those armor plates are constructed. Yeah. And you have this really interesting kind of interweaving of... I feel like we just talked about this on Thursday. And keratin. I think it was Thursday. They kind of like meld into one another. Yeah, they're interwoven. This is good stuff. Here, we've got one more here. Sorry about that. Echo. It's one that Lordy... We may have already grabbed this one. We can see where you got shaved. You got a little shave spot there. She's just going nuts over this. All over her nose. You're a mess. Look at you. She was still kind of coming down off of those drugs after her surgery. Download that too. Anywho, let's do a Blue Sky post real quick. We'll jump into our fossil news. right into the camera. Let's see how that turned out. That'll work. All right. Let's crop it, clip it, and ship it. Crop it and shop it. There we are. And it's, there we go. It's struggling. There we are. New post. Live. Twitch.tv/Paleontologizing. After getting an update from Andrew Milner, it's andrewtracks.bluesky.social. After getting an update from Andrew Tracks about the ongoing emergency fossil dig in southern Utah, we're about to discuss the hype around the WOLF De-Extinction news. Join us. Yeah. Yeah. Twitch.tv/Paleontologizing. There we go. Paleontologizing, I spelled it correctly. And alt text. Screenshot from Twitch stream of me in my office with various Stegosaurus and Morrison theropod 3D printed skeletal elements in the background on the wall. And also, we've got MarshMadness later. Today's matchups: Dryosaurus versus Stegosaurus, and Ceratosaurus versus Allosaurus. Join us around 5 p.m. Pacific to vote for your favorites. To advance advance to the penultimate round. There we go. And advance them to the penultimate round. Okay, good stuff. I think we're about good. Let's go ahead and post it.
Hold on to your butts.
Post all. Good stuff. Yeah. Here is a link to that post if you would like to engage with it. Yeah. Yeah. Digital Meow Mix says, I heard about the direwolf puppies, and I hope they're going to be taken care of, even if the science of their birth hits a dead end. Hope they're able to deal with the species' environmental needs, which may be different from other captive wolves. We'll see. We might not even... We might run into some issues even before we start talking about that, in the sense that direwolves are not wolves. They're not even within genus Canis, as far as we know. They're part of the dog family, but they're not actually wolves, and it sounds like what they did was modify a wolf. So this wouldn't actually be a direwolf. We'll talk about it. Yeah. And thank you for all of the likes and reposts, everybody. I appreciate it. Good stuff. Here we go. On the cover of this week's Time magazine, the return of the direwolf. There it is right there. Well, actually, I guess this is upcoming, May 12th, 2025. This is Remus. He's a dire wolf. Really? First to exist in over 10,000 years, endangered species could be changed forever. A link to this right here. We'll be reading through it, but that might not be the best way to really kick off our discussion about this. Let's see if we've already got video news coverage of it. Here we go. 8 hours ago from Colossal Biosciences, we've got that. And here it is, 5 hours ago from Time magazine. Let's look at that.
The howl of a dire wolf hasn't been heard on planet Earth for more than 10,000 years. That's because...
Well, I mean, this is a group of animals that, yeah, they went extinct along with a lot of the other Pleistocene megafauna. Dire wolves are here. Sorry for all the false starts here. Anascion dirus is a genus and species of canid that are probably most famous for being one of the most common animals in the La Brea tar pits. Anascion dirus here. We used to think it was Canis dirus. They were actually related to wolves closely. Turns out they're not really. Direwolf is one of the largest of the late Pleistocene canids of North America, so it's a member of the dog family. The skull could reach up to 12 inches in length, and its teeth were larger and more robust than today's gray wolves. In terms of body size, the direwolf was on average the size of the largest gray wolves, which have a shoulder height of 38 inches. So that's 1 meter, almost exactly. And a body length of 69 inches. So that's under 2 meters. We encountered some dire wolves when I was streaming from La Brea back in September. There we go. Let's find some of them wolves here.
Is our signal drop?
we should be doing okay. Yeah. Is it?
No, that's inside the pit. The bones move against each other.
Oh, interesting. So the bones are just abrading the other bones.
Yes.
Wow.
The methane still comes because you see that bubbling up.
Here we go. This is one of the most iconic displays at La Brea. And, yeah. I don't know. What you're seeing here is just the tip of the iceberg, obviously. Not just in terms of the fossil specimens that are on display. There's so many more that are in the collections downstairs. But just, you know, in talking about the work, you know, research has been conducted here for over a century at this point. You know, everything that we know has been the result of tireless work, countless hours. Like I often say about paleontology, we're standing on the shoulders of giants here. Yeah, and as an example of all of these specimens that exist here, the huge sample size. Take a look at the wall of skulls. And Hibiscus, I'm aware. We'll get to that. Dire wolves, it's so cool. I've been seeing pictures of this since I was a little kid. Dreaming of coming here and seeing it in person, and it is magical. So every single one of these is the kind of sample size that I, as a dinosaur paleontologist, is a dirus skull. We don't have this kind of thing for hardly any dinosaurs. So the amount of science that you can do, quantitative work on dire wolves, this just enables all kinds of really, really cool research. Just amazing. Yeah. Incredible. Stupendous. So when you've got this many specimens, you can look at individual variation, you can look at ontogenetic variation, you can look at differences between males and females, you can look at things like disease, there's so much that you can do here with that many specimens. So this is a pretty well-known fossil critter. And such a cool idea for a display, you know? It really just at a glance hammers home the stupendous sample sizes we have here. It is incredible. Very, very cool. Oh, man. Here, let's look at the sign. The dire wolf. It's no longer Canis dirus. The sign is now out of date. It's what? Ericyon? I wonder if they've changed it yet. Realized it's probably in a different genus than modern dogs and wolves. Yeah, Rancho La Brea is widely known for its incredibly rich fossil deposits. These 404 dire wolf skulls represent only a portion, 404, of the more than 1,600 wolves. Steve back there was telling us it's over 4,000 at this point, whose remains have been found here. It is thought that packs of dire wolves attempted to feed on animals trapped in the asphalt and became mired themselves. You can see they are not all exactly alike in either shape or size. Research on these minor differences is sure to yield information about wolf evolution and population structure. Yep. So, yeah, this is so cool, just the amount of individual variation here. You see the sagittal crest, that, like, you know, almost sail-like structure on the back of the skull above the brain case there? This varies so much between individuals. And the zygomatic arches look different on so many of these too. Some of them are missing teeth. You really can't see the zygomatic arches there. Some of it may have happened in life. It's a striking display, but it does make it difficult to pick up any detail on the skulls in camera. Incredible. Starma says, would you know the dinosaur that would come close to this exhibit and the number of skulls found? Triceratops, easily. We've probably got... There's 100 Triceratops skulls, or thereabouts, just at Museum of the Rockies alone. Not all of them are complete, but that's just at one museum. There's probably 5 times as many in all the museums around the world. So, yeah, we've probably got at least 500 Triceratops skulls that have been found. Possibly more. But unlike this, they come from a much wider time disparity. So you've got Triceratops skulls from the bottom of the Hell Creek and from the top of the Hell Creek. There's probably over 1 million years of time represented there. That's, I think, more than we've got at La Brea. At least I think most of the pits are from much more recently than a million years ago. What about the Centrosaur crossing? Yeah, there's that too, Claire Burr, but I don't know if that's... Yeah, those are mostly not complete skulls. There's a few that are complete, but I think they're mostly disarticulate. I'm not totally sure, actually. Yeah.
Very, very cool. Pretty darn neat. The other day we were... Not the other day. It's maybe a couple months ago. Somebody in chat asked, wait, direwolves are real? Like, yeah, I guess they're a thing in pop culture as well. But
I was not aware of that. I've been reading about direwolves since I was a kid. Mostly stuff related to La Brea, but apparently they've got direwolves show up in popular culture as well. They're in, like, fantasy novels and stuff like that, I guess. Yeah, Dungeons and Dragons, Game of Thrones, says Claire Burr. There you go, yeah. Yeah. So a lot of people are surprised to hear that they're a real animal. Yeah. They're not really wolves, though. They're from a different lineage of canids, so they're from a different part of the dog family.
Yeah. Formerly known as Canis dirus, now known as Ericyon dirus.
Dinowolf says direwolves first appeared in Norse mythology. No, they first appeared in real life about 1 million years ago or so. They presumably predate the evolution of humans, I think. At least, like, humans in our modern form. Or we go back about 200,000 years. Direwolves go back, I think, about 1 million. Let's look at that real quick. Good place to start your information journey when you're talking about an extinct animal is often Wikipedia. I'll show you why. Anacyon dirus, the dire wolf. There we go. Late Pleistocene and early Holocene, 125,000 to 10,000 years ago. Okay, shoot, so they're much more recent than I realized. I kind of presumed that they'd go back to, like, the beginning of the Pleistocene. Not so, apparently. They're pretty recent. 125,000 years ago. Around there might have been their origin. Interesting. Huh, I'm glad we looked that up. Direwolves lived as recently as 10,000 years ago, according to dated remains. There's that display at La Brea, like I was showing you. So the dog family, Canidae, shows up around 40 million... around 40 million years ago. And Caninae, that dog subfamily, about 32 million years ago. The direwolf evolved in North America. However, its ancestral lineage is debated, with two competing hypotheses. The first hypothesis is based on fossil morphology, which indicates that an expansion of the genus Canis out of Eurasia led to the direwolf. The second hypothesis is based on DNA evidence, which indicates that the direwolf arose from an ancestral lineage in the Americas and was separate from the genus Canis. I do wonder about this because I've learned recently, and not being someone who works on mammals, I don't work on mammals, I just live with them and am a mammal myself. I've been hearing again and again that the direwolf, formerly Canis dirus, is now Anacyon dirus, but apparently that's not a slam dunk. This is the first I'm hearing of this, that there's still some researchers that dispute that. I'm presuming, based on what we see here. Huh. DNA evidence indicates the direwolf arose from an ancestral lineage that originated in the Americas and was separate to the genus Canis. So we're getting conflicting information here in the same article. I'm sure we've got multiple editors. And sweet, like, get your tail out of my drink. Watch out. Stop it. Yeah. Interesting. Well, let's, I'll give you a link to this. It'll jump straight to the DNA evidence part if you want to read about it. Yeah. Anyhow. I'm going to preface this discussion by saying I don't work on Pleistocene mammals, at least not yet. Might be getting into them soon, if things go well in Fremont. I mostly work on dinosaurs. This is outside of my realm of expertise. I've never published on Pleistocene mammals. I want to make it very clear that I'm a dinosaur specialist. I don't know a great deal about Ice Age mammals. No more than your average person, of course. But this is not my specialty. And you could talk to a paleontologist who specializes in Pleistocene megafauna, and she could tell you a lot more than I could about this. She would have much more informed opinions and views. That being said, I know a thing or two. And so, let's get into this. There's going to be a lot of hype here. There's going to be a lot of big claims being made. And so it's important to approach things with an open mind, but at the same time, well, part of having an open mind is being skeptical. Saying, hey, if you're making extraordinary claims, we need to see some extraordinary evidence. So with that in mind, let's take a look at this this press video through Time magazine from Colossal Biosciences, which is the private company that is undertaking some of these experiments.
The howl of a dire wolf hasn't been heard on planet Earth for more than 10,000 years. That's because the species is extinct, or was. Colossal Biosciences is a Dallas-based company that's using genetic engineering to de-extinct long-gone species. And this is the first time Colossal's dire wolf pups, who are now 6 months old, have been seen by the public.
Hey, Ben. I do really wonder what their skulls look like, because they look very wolf-like. You know, they don't look like some of the reconstructions that you see of dire wolves, for instance. So, like, some really good paleo art of dire wolves shows them with a much kind of blunter muzzle, much wider back of the skull. Now here we go. Gray wolf on the left, dire wolf on the right in this one. Reconstructing mammals, like, is always tricky just because the mammals do some weird and interesting things with their soft tissue morphology that we don't see in, for instance, birds or reptiles oftentimes. They don't hew as closely to their skeletons. But yeah, I do wonder about that. And Eldrasaur says it's like genetically modifying a gorilla and saying Gigantopithecus is de-extinct. Like, no, it's just a new, weird, unrelated ape. I mean, that's kind of the long and short of it, yeah. Also, Gigantopithecus, not a gorilla. Probably much more closely related to orangutans. Which, again, makes that a good analogy, Eldrasaur. Because if the dire wolf is not actually a wolf at all, if it's part of a different genus, a different branch of the canid family tree, then yeah, they'd kind of be nowhere close to what the original dire wolf was like. So yeah. And now we might look at that article from Riley Black too, because I was seeing that floating around Blue Sky this morning also. Sweetie pie. Let's continue the video here.
Hey Ben, it's Jeff Kluger from Time Magazine. A pleasure to meet you.
Yeah.
Tell me a little bit about what the goal is for
I got it now. Thank you,
de-extincting and rewilding ultimately. Why are you doing this work?
It became abundantly clear that we need new tools and technologies for conservation. And so we thought this was a really cool way that we could create value, create impact, inspire people.
Create value just sounds like such, I don't know. It's almost poisoning the well for me, where it sounds like, you know, Silicon Valley, just nonsense speak. It's one of these corporate jargon terms that, I don't know. I don't like how it sounds. Maybe I'm not being fair. Let's continue.
And then also hopefully thoughtfully rewild some of these species,
there you go, Claire,
which apparently will also have ecological benefits to these different potential ecosystems.
To try and do that, Colossal needed to understand dire wolves at a genetic level. The company has documented the process from the beginning and shared this footage with Time for a cover story. So can you tell me a little bit about what went into
Nega says value for shareholders is exactly what I was thinking, you know? Here. It calls to mind this now classic image. I'm presuming New Yorker cartoon? Yes, the planet got destroyed, but for a beautiful moment in time, we created a lot of value for shareholders. When I hear the phrase creating value, this is what I think of, you know? Yeah. Anywho, maybe that's not fair. Let's give him a chance.
To engineering the dire wolf.
We extracted DNA from 2 fossils that we knew from previous work had some amount of preserved ancient DNA. One was a 13,000-year-old bone, and the other was a 72,000-year-old bone, an inner ear bone. We were able to generate 2 genomes, 2 direwolf genome sequences from that, which we then compared to all the other wolves for which there's already been data generated. And when we do that, we want to figure out where it is that these 2 dire wolves are similar to each other, but different from the other wolves that are out there. And so we come up with this list of genes where they're distinct. Now, our goal in the Dire Wolf Project, just like with all de-extinction projects, is to re-engineer the core traits, the core characteristics that made these extinct species unique and able to fill whatever role that they filled in their ecosystems when they were still alive.
So this is Beth Shapiro here. A little while ago, I started reading her book, How to Clone a Mammoth. Let me grab that real quick. Here it is right here. Now, Beth Shapiro is a well-respected scientist. She's not a huckster. She's not really part of like the whole Silicon Valley milieu. At least that's not the sense that I get at all. I started reading this book and I gotta say I was a little bit disappointed just because it's very, very clearly not for me. This is written for an entirely different audience. It's written for like an interested member of the public who might not really understand or know much at all about paleontology or biology or conservation or ecology. So honestly, for me, it's been everything's it's written in a very simple way. It's written for very much a lay audience, and I think sometimes when critiquing something like this, it's important to recognize when something's just not for you. Not everything has to be for me, you know? So I honestly can't recommend the book, especially to an audience like ours. Unless you're really fascinated by this kind of thing, then maybe check it out. But you might feel a little bit talked down to by it. Anyhow. It's introductory, which isn't bad, just for a different audience. Exactly, Rhacodactylus, yeah. With me, when we're hearing about all of this stuff, all of this hype around de-extinction and cloning of extinct animals and stuff like that, it's really important to try and pick out the hype from what's real, because I don't know about you, but I live here in the Bay Area, in the beautiful, sunny San Francisco Bay Area, and Silicon Valley is just down that way in the South Bay. Actually, I guess it would be more that way in the South Bay, south of San Francisco and south of Oakland. And there is so much nonsense and spin and hype, and Silicon Valley is just kind of in many ways, it's a hive of scum and villainy. It really is. Like, there's no two ways about it. I think it's become increasingly obvious in recent months what's going on in the U.S. federal government. We're not going to get into that too much, but just suffice it to say that I'm immediately suspicious of any kind of hype coming out of Silicon Valley or, you know, tech startups, stuff like that. There's just incredible sums of money that get poured into this and just burned or stolen or whatever. And then if things are successful, they often make people's lives worse. That's kind of my take, my stratospheric view of kind of the whole tech bro milieu. As a paleontologist, I'm hearing about stuff from these bioscience companies, these biotechnology companies, people talking about de-extincting species that are no longer with us, talking about cloning extinct animals. And a lot of that smells a lot like the kind of nonsense and hype that you hear from Silicon Valley. So kind of in real time, I'm trying to pick out, okay, what's real and what's not? How much of this is Silicon Valley style hype and nonsense? Just trying to get all kinds of venture capital poured into this, and then there's not going to be a lot of results, and the results that do come out might not be what are promised. They might have been bad things. I don't know. I think it's important to practice skepticism about this and not get too excited. At the same time, I don't want to be a negative Nancy about this kind of thing. I don't want to be a naysayer. So, yeah. Anywho, yeah. So let's continue.
Using this knowledge, Colossal then made 20 modifications to 14 genes in the DNA of common gray wolf cells. These relatively few tweaks to the genetic code produced some big differences. The dire wolf's white coat, large size, characteristic vocalizations like that howling you heard at the beginning of the story, and more.
Those were puppies.
That DNA was transferred to denucleated egg cells, meaning cells without their own genetic material, and then developed into embryos and were then implanted in the wombs of surrogate mothers, who were hound mixed dogs.
We didn't know how big these embryos would grow and wanted to make sure that the surrogate was healthy. So we picked large dogs.
Romulus.
Claire Burse's white coat. Do we know they had white coats? I don't think so. I don't think we have a strong sense for what the coat color would be for dire wolves. I mean, for crying out loud, I don't think we really have a super strong consensus on what dire wolves are. Are they actually part of the Canis lineage, or are they earlier diverging than that? I don't know if there is a super strong consensus there. Again, I'm sort of outside of that, that area.
Romulus and Remus, named after the Roman mythological twin brothers who were raised by a wolf, were born on October 1st, 2024. And in January, they were joined by a younger sister that the Colossal team named Khaleesi. Each wolf is on track to grow to as large as 6 feet long and 150 pounds.
Yeah.
Colossal isn't...
That's a Game of Thrones name? Oh, interesting. It's one of the names of one of the dire wolves from Game of Thrones. I never watched that. I watched like part of one episode. I'm like, this isn't worth my time.
Planning to reintroduce them to the wild. Instead, the 3 dire wolves will live out their lives on a fenced 2,000-acre preserve. Colossal does not want to disclose this location in order to protect the animals.
I think these are the luckiest animals ever. They will live their entire life on this protected ecological reserve where they have all sorts of space and they have natural denning environment and they have an inclement weather hut that they can go and hide out in if they need to. They have 24-hour veterinary care.
Dire wolves aren't the only species on Colossal's de-extinction agenda.
An American company says it has genetically engineered mice so that they have developed some traits like mammoths.
A small but potentially important step in a quest to eventually bring back the prehistoric woolly mammoth.
They hope to de-extinct the woolly mammoth as early as 20...
I couldn't have found a better illustration than this. I mean, at least they didn't come up with some sort of AI garbage, but yeah, this is not a good representation of what Mammuthus primigenius would have looked like, you know? The thing is that this feels like a yellow flag, if not a red flag to me. It would be really cool if Colossal Biosciences were to work with some well-known paleo artists. You know? Like, these are people who need work. Yeah, here's a lovely illustration of a woolly mammoth by Gabriele Guetto. Very talented paleo artist. He's somebody who could use the work. He could use the money. Rather than using, again, just like kind of a garbage stock image from 100 years ago or whatever. Probably more than 100 years ago. You know? I don't know. In a lot of the media that I've seen from Colossal so far, I have seen some like AI generated garbage. It seems like they're not putting in the effort or the money that they should be for a project like this, you know? I don't know. Could be wrong, but that's my first feeling here, you know? Yeah. But yeah. What did Petrodactylus say earlier? It's not a good representation, but not gonna lie, I kind of dig the art style. Oh, for this old one? Yeah, sure. That right there? Yeah. Here, I betcha we could... Let's do a quick screenshot. Right there. Let's save that and we'll do a reverse image search and we'll see if we can find the source of it here. There we go. And I bet this was royalty free, yeah. Here we go. Engraving of a woolly mammoth, Getty Images, yeah. And so this is probably something that's copyright expired. But yeah, I don't know. I do kind of wonder. And Regadactylus says there's a real preoccupation by Colossal with particular aesthetics, and that is really worrying about the legitimacy of what they're doing. Yeah.
Here's a step-by-step guide to
Little Pink Pony.
Step 1, die.
Thank you, Little Pink Pony, for the 14 months of support. I really appreciate it. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Here, let's continue here.
A small but potentially important step in a quest to eventually bring back the prehistoric woolly mammoth.
They hope to de-extinct the woolly mammoth as early as 2028. The company is also hoping to bring back the dodo and the Tasmanian tiger. If some of this genetic tinkering feels familiar, it's because Hollywood has been here first. And spoiler alert, we all know that didn't end well. So naturally, bioethicists have some concerns.
When you're playing with nature, nature usually wins. Nature is much more complicated than the ability of our brains to understand it. Genes do many things, there may be a lot of unintended consequences. Let's say we alter a gene to make extra hair or to make it burn metabolism more, burn fat more. Those genes may do other things in ways that we just don't even understand. So we may create animals that have lots of medical problems. If we start tinkering with genes, we may create a super mouse, a super rat that kills all the other animals around.
I suppose, but people also just do that through crossbreeding too. I mean, I kind of wonder about that argument where it's like, well, you know, genetic modification can create crazy phenotypes and genotypes that, you know, they can run amok. Well, what do you think crossbreeding does? Like domestication and just like artificial selection people have done over thousands of years not only results, they can have not only those kinds of results, but also you're going through far more animals, and they might lead miserable lives until you finally find something that works. It's almost like genetic modification in the laboratory is like using a scalpel, and artificial selection is like using a chainsaw. It's a lot messier. So I don't know. I've always not found that to be a rephrase that. I've never found that to be a particularly convincing argument. I don't know. Yeah. And yeah, Devo Paladin says, what is domestication if not genetic engineering? It is. It's just doing genetic engineering the old, slow, really messy way. Anyway, yeah. Anywho.
But the team at Colossal says their mission to restore extinct species is also about stopping the disappearance of endangered ones today, as experts predict Earth will lose 30% of its genetic diversity by 2050.
Which is nuts, and that is a really serious problem. One thing that I'm a little bit worried about, sorry we're jumping around a lot here. One thing that I'm really worried about is that some of these projects seem to be trying to use a technological fix to solve a societal or political or economic problem. If we don't preserve these creatures' habitat in the first place, then where are they going to live? Even if let's grant that, oh yeah, it'll be possible to bring back the dodo, the thylacine, the woolly mammoth. Well, we need habitat for those critters. And we need the political will to be able to protect their habitats and protect their prey and protect the entire ecosystem. I'm not saying that these are mutually exclusive things and we can't try and bring these creatures back until those ecosystems are perfect and restored back to their former state. You could do both things at once, but I don't want this to be an excuse where it's like, well, we don't really have to protect all these critters nowadays because we have this technology. We can just bring species back from extinction. I don't want people to be able to make that argument, I guess is what I'm saying. And maybe that's an unfounded fear, but it's something I think about all the time, you know?
Colossal has used techniques learned from the Dire Wolf project to clone 4 red wolves, a small but important step in fortifying that endangered species.
Okay.
The 4 new wolves could help inject fresh DNA into the red wolf gene pool, which currently suffers from a so-called genetic bottleneck, the result of too few individuals carrying too little genetic variety to keep the species healthy.
Yeah.
Yes, it would be really amazing to see a mammoth. It would be great for the habitats of Tasmania to have a keystone predator reintroduced into that ecosystem. But the tools that we're developing on the path to these species have immediate application to species that are not yet extinct. A future that is both biodiverse and filled with people. We should be giving ourselves the opportunity to see what our big brains can do to reverse some of the bad things that we've done to the world already.
There's a huge need to help prevent animals from becoming endangered and going extinct. We need to spend more money on conservation. Particularly now, there's a lot of threats that lands that we have as national parks and as preserves are going to be used for drilling oil, for instance. So there's a lot of habitats where species now live that are going to be under threat. So, and there's not enough money to help with conservation efforts.
Yeah. And again, one of those things that's, not to put too fine a point on it, but a lot of the same folks who are pushing for technological solutions to all of Earth's problems are the same people who are causing a lot of those problems in the first place. I don't want this to be another one of those situations, you know? Like, oh, look, we're wrecking the world, but don't worry about it. You can hire our company to fix it. You know? So whether there'll be a new generation of direwolves naturally is not yet known. We'll see. The MHA Nation tribes, Mandan, Hidatsa, and Arikara, have expressed a desire to have direwolves live on their lands in North Dakota. Possibility Colossal is studying. Interesting. One thing that they didn't really seem to explore here is whether or not these are really dire wolves. You'll never have the same dire wolves that existed back in the Pleistocene. I want to make that very clear from the start. That's a species that is now gone. They are extinct. You'll never bring them back exactly the way that they were before. And I think if you were to talk to the folks at Colossal, they would readily admit that. Like, yes, we know that these animals from the Pleistocene are extinct. We'll never be able to reproduce exactly creatures that have the same behaviors, have the same social dynamics, have even the same appearance, let alone things like the same gut microflora or whatever. What they're trying to do is create a facsimile that might do a similar job in the ecosystem. At least that's what they say, you know? When they're working to create a mammoth, they know it's not going to be a mammoth. It would be a genetically modified elephant that would serve... It would have a lot of the same behaviors as mammoths and would have a similar impact on the environment up in Siberia, for instance. So that's why it's difficult to talk about some of this stuff, is there's always some fudging there. When they say resurrecting the mammoth, it's not resurrecting a mammoth, and it can't be. It's just not. But is it close enough that you could call it that? So yeah, does that make sense? And a facsimile is all these projects are, says Alexander Morrison, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, you know? The Mammoth Project is something that I think is really cool. I'm not convinced it's gonna work. Hope it does. But I want to be responsible in talking about this, and again, not be too much of a naysayer. I would love to see a proboscidean species that looks like the extinct Mammuthus primigenius, woolly mammoth, walking around in Siberia. I would love to see that. Holy cow, that would be awesome. And even cooler than that is the idea that you could have those animals helping to restore what we call the mammoth steppe, this ancient environment that is now gone because these big mammals are now gone. And so you have trees taking over these areas, and that causes warming, it causes the melting of the permafrost. If you could reverse that, if you could do it through the use of genetically engineered mammoths, I think that's awesome. But we need to be honest about, hey, these are not really mammoths. And, well, shoot, is the whole thing possible in the first place? Really ask those questions, Yeah. And Jazzy Cat says, just because you can, should you? I'm not convinced we can. That's the thing. Here's the thing about science, is that when you're doing science, you never know what you're gonna get. When you're embarking on new research, when you're doing basic studies, you never know what you're gonna learn, you never know what's gonna result from that. That's really exciting. It can also be kind of nerve-wracking when you're tinkering around with environments, introducing species and stuff like that. Right now, there's still a lot of debate in Pleistocene paleontology. Studying, Pleistocene, the Ice Ages, all that. What caused the extinction of megafauna on different continents? Big camels, ground sloths, dire wolves, saber-toothed cats, cave lions, giant bison, mammoths, mastodons, leptodons. Did these things go extinct because of a changing climate primarily? Or did they go extinct primarily because of the arrival of humans? Humans overhunting them, humans modifying the landscape, humans changing the ecology, introducing fire, destroying habitat, bringing diseases. I have a stronger opinion on this than I probably should, given that I don't really work on this area. But over the years, I've become increasingly convinced that it's our fault. That humans are what drove these creatures into extinction in the first place. And so, in some sense, I think that gives us at least some kind of a moral obligation to try and set things right. And if we have the ability to bring those species back, and we can do it in a way that benefits the local ecology, then we should try to do that, in my opinion. But will that be possible? That's a big question, and I'm not necessarily convinced by all the hype so far. Deep down, I hope that this is possible. I hope that this would be so cool to be able to bring back creatures like the dodo and the thylacine and the woolly mammoth. That would be beyond awesome. And to anybody who says, well, isn't that playing God? No. It was playing God is driving those creatures into extinction in the first place, like we probably did. But what we need to do is figure out what exactly caused those animals to disappear in the first place. If it was us, that means we should bring them back. But we also need to be really careful about what that might entail, bringing those critters back too. So yeah, does that make sense? Anywho. And Dave Nevia says, but even for something like the vaquita, little porpoise in the Gulf of California, we only have tissue samples from 2 females, so de-extincting them would probably need a teensy bit of DNA from the Burmeister's porpoise, which would mean creating something like a 97% vaquita, which would be really cool. I mean, I think we should... It doesn't have to be an either-or, but there need to be big, serious efforts to save the vaquita from extinction first, to make sure that they're not all dying off. There's an estimated, 10 individuals left in the world. vaquita porpoise. There's a recently deceased one here, I think. Boy. But yeah, it's thought that there are about 10 of these left on the planet. And it would not be difficult to make things more habitable for them, you know? You just need to stop gillnet fishing in that area and make sure that you don't have any serious oil spills or anything like that, too. It wouldn't be too difficult to save the vaquita. Like, in the grand scheme of things, doing that would be like 1,000,000 times easier than, I don't know, building a new stupid football stadium or something like that. It would cost a lot less money also. We just need political will to do that kind of thing, and we need money for it. But people care more about pro sports, for instance, than they care about saving this incredible animal from extinction, you know? So yeah, I don't know. Man, I'm letting chat get away from me. Let me try and catch up here. Yeah. Spiffiness says, what's the lowest number of individuals for genetic viability? It's probably higher than 10, unfortunately. I don't know. Here's an example. Let's talk about... Sounds like I'm quoting from Jurassic Park, and I promise I'm not. Let's talk about condors. Here.
It is the largest land burn in North America, the California condor. The vultures are endangered, but a program led by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is trying to save them.
Our KTLA's attribute.
Just like typical robotic news, too. This is an incredible story. The story of the condor is bonkers. They're these gigantic scavenging birds. They are absolutely magnificent. If you ever get a chance to see one in person, even in a zoo, do it. They are remarkable animals. They used to be all over the place. They're kind of a holdover from the Pleistocene. So these guys, along with the teratorns, used to feed on the carcasses of ground sloths and mammoths and bison and all kinds of critters like that. And with the extinction of most of that megafauna, these guys, their numbers just dropped and dropped. Their range shrank. And then with European settlement of the western United States, their numbers just plummeted. Because you had settlers and farmers and ranchers and fishermen and hunters just shooting these animals left and right. Gold miners used to shoot them on sight because they would pluck their feathers out. They've got a really big quill in the feather, and they would cut the end off of it, and they would use it as a little vial to store gold dust in. Ranchers used to shoot them because sometimes when a rancher's cow would die, the rancher would walk over and see condors feeding on the dead cow, and they'd go, oh, condors, they killed that cow, and so they'd shoot these guys on sight. And so they almost went completely extinct. There was something like 40 of them left in the entire world, and nearly all of them in Southern California. And every single one of them was recaptured by hand, put into a captive breeding program in order to get their numbers up. Because the idea was their numbers in the wild are just dropping and dropping and dropping. We need to do something about this. And it worked. It worked. It's pretty incredible. Here, let's see if this video is any better. Story of the California condor.
What you see here with an impressive wingspan of over 9 feet is a California condor. Many centuries ago, these majestic birds inhabited all of what we would now know as the United States of America. But in 1987, the last free-flying California condor was captured.
Yep.
This was a last resort effort by the state and conservationists toward preserving the population. All remaining.
So was it the state of California that spearheaded the effort? Was it like California Fish and Wildlife or something? But this is bonkers that this happened. It's like, we're going to go out there into the wild and we're going to capture every last one of these. And we're going to try and breed them in captivity. Like, it is an absolutely last-ditch effort. Like a desperate, desperate attempt. These are creatures that were just on the precipice of disappearing altogether. But some very passionate, very kind-hearted people decided to step in and kind of make it their life's goal to save these birds from extinction. It really is incredible.
Remaining condors at the time were then moved to breeding facilities across California and the Los Angeles and San Diego zoos.
Yep.
However, now, once again, over 330 condors fly free across the state of California and beyond.
Yep.
But what brought condor to that critical stage in 1987? Why did we choose to save them? And what did these scientists,
Magnifique,
and conservationists
yes,
do to help
oui,
bring back this bird?
Karen, yeah. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
In a time before white settlers reached what to them was the New World, it was already an ancient one to thousands of animals and peoples already living there.
And Murph, thank you.
Murph gifted a tier 1 sub to Karina too.
I appreciate that, Murph. Thank you. Good stuff.
At this time, the California condor wasn't just the California condor.
Unfortunately, their near extinction seems to be pretty much human-tied. They, in the Pleistocene epoch, so about 12,000 years backwards, ranged quite a bit across what's now known as the United States. Actually, all the way up to British Columbia, down into what's now Mexico, across the
all over the place.
southern part of the United States, and up into what's now New York. So they were quite expansive. They really need those high winds, so a lot of coastal areas, mountain areas, and things like that, just because they're such a large bird at 9.5-foot wingspan. But they're quite adaptable.
The condor was capable of surviving and acclimating in many different biomes, from desert to forest to plains and mountains. The condor played a crucial role in all of them as scavengers, or in other words, the environment's cleanup crew. But with the rise of human populations and their expansion, the condor's ability to survive in many areas was diminished.
Yep. $565 condors with 368 loved ones. Nice, Kennedy.
Shrunk.
Oh, by the way, Kennedy, before I forget, I've had this on my desk for like weeks now, and I keep forgetting to thank you. Kennedy, thank you so much for sending me the super glue and those other items through the wish list. Really appreciate that. And that's going to help me with further, 3D printing projects. I really appreciate it, Kennedy. Thank you.
About the 1850s, their range had shrunk, kind of the same north to south, but just getting into the Rockies, but not any farther east from there. And by the 1950s, their range had shrunk to just this kind of like wishbone shape around the Central Valley in California. And that last shrinkage particularly probably had quite a bit to do with the California Gold Rush and all the influences there. So one, there was a major influx of more humans, not only more humans, but introduction of market hunting. So that means that the large game that they rely on in large part, so bear, elk, whales, sea lions, got harvested. I'm not going to say harvested because it wasn't a well-managed practice. They got killed to near extinction. And so one of the reasons I think that they persisted in that kind of central and southern California area is because of the cattle ranches. It was the last place that you could really find these big animals.
Especially after Europeans reached America, there was a drastic decrease in territory, which was due to the relentless harvesting and exploitation of the environment. The logging of large old-growth redwood trees greatly reduced the available space for nesting, making it harder for these condors to be able to raise their young. This was increasingly frequent during the California Gold Rush. Deforestation and mining clipped much of the condor's ancestral territory, which eventually reduced it to just a small sliver of the west coast. Now today, the California condor can only be found in small portions of California, Oregon, Arizona, and Utah. The California condor plays a major role in our environment and ecosystem, a critical cleanup crew and vital cornerstone in our ecological community.
It's an obligate scavenger.
Lenina says, if you spot a condor with a band, which I think every single one of them has a band, right? I think even ones that are born wild get briefly captured and banded so that people can keep track of them. But condorspotter.com, there we go. Very cool. So let's do Central California. Let's say there's one of the green tag 26. There we go. Little Stinker is the nickname for this one. from the Big Sur flock. Very cool. Hatch location, San Diego Wild Animal Park. Ms. Art Rules, you were talking about this earlier. San Diego Zoo they had a huge role in the salvation of the condor. Very cool. Anywho, that's neat stuff.
So it does not kill, it only cleans up and eats carrion, dead things. And so what that does
is incredible.
While there are other
incredible zoo in San Diego.
In the environment, ravens, turkey vultures, scavenging mammals as well. They're all part of that niche that helps speed up that process of removing dead animals from the landscape. It adds to really reducing the possibility of disease spreading through either other wildlife populations or domestic populations. That's what their role is in the environment as part of the cleanup crew. Some people like to say that's evolutionarily what their role is.
Without scavengers in the environment, nutrients from decaying carrion, animal corpses left by predators, would have trouble spreading through the environment, while other species not as greatly equipped to process bacteria would be afflicted by diseases from carrion. Gut piles or animal remains left by hunters or predators would remain on the surface and wouldn't be broken down by the scavengers. Without them, irreparable damage would be inflicted upon these ecosystems.
So let's get to... Here we go, this whole project to capture them and captive breed them.
Agencies working to phase out lead ammunition that can harm the environment. People like Tiana Williams, director of the Yurok Tribe Wildlife Department, works with and educates the community about condors and the dangers lead poses to them, alongside countless others.
Yeah.
Hunters are not the problem, but rather the solution, which is kind of the way that we approach the hunting community. Hey, here's the issue, and I now invite you to be a partner in conservation. And anywhere from 85 to 95% of the hunters that we've spoken to in the past said, on the one hand, I didn't know about this issue, and on the other hand, of course, I'll make the transition to non-lead ammunition once they were presented with the impact that they didn't know about. They're very...
What I'm really interested in here, that's extraordinarily important, getting rid of lead ammunition in hunting, but what I want to learn more about is this whole project of capture. Oh, he'll give you a link to this. But the whole project of capturing these birds in the first place, in order to captive breed them, this was something that a lot of people, including a lot of conservationists and some ecologists and a lot of animal rights people were absolutely against this. Where I'd heard that some of the captive breeding facilities had to be kept, their locations kept secret because they were afraid of people firebombing them and stuff. This idea that we should capture these, isn't that playing God, trying to captive breed condors? Shouldn't we let nature take its course? If we'd done that, there would be no condors today. I think that's pretty safe to say. So sometimes those attitudes can be incorrect. I'll put it that way. Yeah. I'm trying to find some more information on that whole project in the first place. We're seeing lots and lots of other videos. We can try this. This guy might work with Colossal, actually. I'm not totally sure.
The condor dates back to the Pleistocene. So some of the animals that have been talked about today that lived in the day, Harlan's giant sloth, the American mastodon, the saber-toothed cat.
Navigating environmental attitudes. Never heard of it, Alfie, no.
Those. Can you
Maybe
imagine?
I should check that out.
But it was the only one of them to survive to today. After 10,000 years, fossil records show that it was in upstate New York and northern Florida. And then as European settlers pushed across the country, Its last stronghold was from Vancouver to Baja, Mexico. The condor is unique. It's the largest flying bird in North America with a 9.5-foot wingspan. That's 2 feet more than this. It lives more than 60 years. As a case-like species has a slow reproductive rate and is sexually matured.
And here, let's try this one from... Oh, never mind. This is good. Okay.
About 5 to 6 years. After those 10,000 years, in 1987, there was a great debate.
Yeah.
The condor was declining at such a rapid rate, there was fear of losing it to extinction. It was from contaminants in the wild, such as lead and DDT, and electrocutions and collisions with power lines and power poles.
And also
On
hunting.
one hand, a group of people were saying, let the species die in dignity. On the other hand, a group of people saying this was not a naturally occurring extinction.
I'm not super convinced that naturally occurring extinction is even a phrase that we should be using. I don't know if I buy the whole idea of like a natural lifespan for a species. I think that might be really misguided, but that's a discussion for another time. Yeah.
And that we had a responsibility to intervene. So after lawsuits and debate, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service took the bold step of safeguarding the condor while some of these issues are being resolved by placing the remaining birds in the San Diego Zoo Safari Park in Los Angeles Zoo. After 10,000 years, the condor was extinct in the wild. Now you can imagine the weight on those two zoos.
Yeah.
With given.
And Regadactylus says, hey, funny you say that. I was thinking about the background extinction rates debate the other day and wondered what the last time it came up here was. Right now, I guess, Reiko, yeah. Yeah, Reiko, there's a good paper about this. Was it Bucco 2006? Did I show this to you before? But Denver Fowler really likes this paper, and I've had difficulty finding opportunities to talk to other paleontologists about it. I think because a lot of them just don't even want to consider the idea of background extinction rate just being a sampling artifact. I gotta find it in Google Scholar. Sampling artifact. There we go. All right. There you go. Yeah. If anybody else is interested. Single author paper, which is sometimes raise an eyebrow. The so-called background extinction rate is a sampling artifact. Yeah. Based on the extensive use of very short published time ranges of the many uncommon to rare genera and their few described species that are poorly sampled. Consideration of the concept of community evolution resolves this sampling problem. Interesting. This is from an invertebrate paleontologist. But yeah, not looking at dinosaurs, but looking at like fossil invertebrates. Anywho, Reiko says, I think it's a very under-discussed issue in a lot of sciences, given that some of its effects and phenomena we think about may in fact be statistical artifacts. There you go. Yeah. And it's really funny that a lot of people who like their whole career is working with stats seem to be kind of blind to this. It's my impression, at least. I could be wrong. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Blue Tongue Ferret says, I want to say sometimes it really doesn't work. To like recapture a species. Yeah, you got to do it right. In my country, we captured the only, I think, 8 last local lappet-faced vultures to try and reproduce them, and none did. They're gone from the wild today, that's it. 2 or 3 left in captivity. Ugh. But yeah, if there's only 8 left, I guess I'm glad that they tried. Because if the trend just keeps going down and down and down in the wild, they will go extinct. So is it better to try and fail, or is it better not to try at all? Of course it's going to be a case-by-case thing, but... yeah, that's so sad, though. Anyway, let's continue here.
developing these birds to care for and making sure they didn't go extinct on our watch, we had to draw on a variety of resources. We had to use...
Neverwinter says, I don't buy that. Species go extinct naturally all the time. That's a background rate. How do you know, Neverwinter? How do you know? I think the idea there is that it's not like species have a ticking clock, and when their time runs out, then they just go extinct, which is kind of what a lot of paleontologists assume. I don't know why, because it's, I think, a completely unfounded idea. But it's that there needs to be a change in the environment or a change in local conditions that causes them to no longer be able to reproduce or survive. And then they go extinct. You know, it's like a shock to the system that causes extinctions, rather than like, oh yeah, well, it was just their time. Their 2 million years is up, and so they just blink out of existence. You know, that's kind of what I'm saying here. Yeah, and I need to bring Denver Fowler on to do an interview at some point, and we'll talk about anagenesis. We'll talk about heterochrony and anagenesis in ontogeny, and we'll talk about background extinction rates. Kind of get his philosophy on all of this, because I think it's really thought provoking, and I wish some of these ideas would get more attention. You know. So yeah. We'll see. Yeah.
Use what I call conservation innovation. Literally writing the book as we were trying to save this species.
Oh, Comic Sans. You should have picked a better font for your book. Ugh. Seriously, like, it's so much less credible when you use this font.
We had drawn on experiences working with closely related species like the Andean condor and other avian species. But we had to quickly assemble a variety of resources and science. We had to design and construct breeding
centers. Bad kerning too. Good start, yeah.
This was a series of aviaries with nest chambers associated with it.
Anyway, they had incredible facilities here, and they really, again, not trying to quote Jurassic Park, it's just happening as a matter of course. Not trying, but yeah, they spared no expense in trying to bring back condors from the brink of extinction. Yeah. Anyhow, I'll give you a link to this video as well. But we're going to get back to our topic at hand. We're going to get back to the dire wolf thing. Yeah. Anyway, welcome, 00 Stark. It's good to have you here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. How do you do a TED Talk and have Comic Sans in your presentation? Well, because it's a TEDx talk. It's a regional TED Talk. This is the farm team here. Maybe. I don't know. I've seen worse things in actual, you know, TED Talks. Yeah. Anywho. The lowbrow talk. I'm not saying that, Alexander Morrison. I'm just saying there might be slightly less quality control, or I don't know. I've also seen some really just terrible TED Talks that are full of nonsense. Yeah. Don't get me started on that whole, you know, cattle ranching in Africa will save the world talk. Anyway, stuff like that. Yeah. Anywho. Then Charlie's Dragon says species also go extinct because they evolve into new species. Well, but that's not extinction though, Charlie's Dragon. And I think that's part of the issue. That's part of what we're talking about with like background extinction rate. It's not actually extinction. Extinction is when you have a lineage that stops. Produces no descendants. That's extinction. Strictly speaking. So if you've got an anagenetic lineage where a population is changing over time, did the morphology from a million years prior, did they go extinct? It's like, no, they just changed. Their descendants look different now. It's not extinction, you know? That's what I would argue. But again, this is one of the issues that we have in paleontology is that a lot of us don't agree on the terminology. And it causes confusion, and it causes problems like that. Yeah. So are we still Homo erectus, says Dr. Hubbs? The descendants of Homo erectus, you could say. We're still genus Homo. Again, we were talking about this a little bit last week with this idea of anagenesis. Paleontologists, many paleontologists are kind of allergic to this idea. This idea of one population changing over time without splitting. So cladogenesis is on the right. You have one species giving rise to 3 daughter species. And you can call those new species because there's a splitting event, you know? But when you've got those green fishes on the left, this is an example of anagenesis. One population just changing over time. Is that a new species at the end? And at what point did it become a new species? It's more of a gradient. It's more of a spectrum. It's like a ship of Theseus kind of thing, like we were talking about. And I think this is, in some ways, kind of one of the frailties of the human mind is that we have difficulty with that sometimes. We have difficulty with spectra, with gray areas, with in-betweens. People like to put things into neat little boxes. And that's often not how nature works. Nature's often far more complex, interesting, variable than our neat little boxes. So yeah. We like our neat boxes. We do, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. As human beings, we love that stuff. Categorizing, separating. But that doesn't always reflect how reality works, you know, especially nature and all its beautiful complexity. Yeah. And Alfie Entropy, oh, this is a wonderful question. How can you observe anagenesis in the fossil record? How can you tell? I'll just talk about this really briefly, because you weren't here for this, I don't think. But it's really difficult. You need a big sample size, and you need really good stratigraphic controls. But here is kind of the now classic example. This is, at least among dinosaurs, this is from 2014, Fowler and Scanella in, here, I'll click on the article, in the journal PNAS, which is the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. I always say this, but if they didn't want us to pronounce it that way, they shouldn't have made this the acronym. We all call it PNAS, because it's PNAS. Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. Excellent paper. Here's that figure that really punches you right in the chin. It's great. So, an anagenetic lineage, like one population just changing over time, it's difficult to demonstrate, but it's very easy to disprove. Which is kind of the sweet spot for a good scientific hypothesis. A really good hypothesis in science is one that you could disprove it with a single piece of evidence. And if nobody's ever able to find that single piece of evidence that would disprove it, they can't find anything to disprove it, maybe it's true. So here, you've got Triceratops with small nasal horns at the bottom of the Hell Creek Formation, and then you move up in time, getting more and more recent through the rocks, and over time, those Triceratops nose horns seem to get bigger and bigger. And you've got lots of other changes happening in the skull too, but the nasal horns are kind of the most dramatic, simple one to describe. And so we see this. You could disprove this if you were to find one of these guys with a small nasal horn up here at the top. Nobody's found one yet. if you're trying to prove that, hey, this is actually just a splitting event, Triceratops split into 2 species, and maybe the ones with the big nasal horns, maybe they're just much more common. The small nasal horn guys, maybe they're just super rare, but they're still living in the same environment. We just haven't found them yet. That's possible, but you can't assume that. You know? Madam 33, thank you for gifting Alfie entropy. Appreciate that, man. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. One way that they tested this, it just came out last week. Here we go. So this is from the Hell Creek Formation of Montana. And you could say, well, maybe this small nasal horn Triceratops species, and maybe you had a split, and maybe the small horn guys just ended up living in a different area. Well, we can look at different areas and see if they show up. And they don't, in Canada at least. This is the only other good spot that we've got a good record of Triceratops from so far, and they're not there. And so this is consistent with the anagenesis hypothesis, that it's just one population, you know, slowly changing over time, which is really cool. Yeah. So yeah, good stuff. Anywho, yeah. And what's your source, Peanuts? Yeah, there you go, Eldersaur, yeah. Again, if they didn't want us to call it that, yeah, then they should have picked a different acronym. Or abbreviation, I guess. An acronym. Well, no, you could call it an acronym. An acronym has to be able to be pronounced phonetically, right? Anywho. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. And Armored Prayer says, far enough back, all species all are split off from something. That's true, yeah. That's why, again, we need to bring him on for an interview at some point. But Denver is fond of saying that cladogenesis is just anagenesis with branching. It's almost like cladogenesis is a kind of anagenesis. You know? All populations are going through anagenesis on some level. They're changing over time. But sometimes you have splits that occur, and yeah, and it's like these are not opposites, they're not different things. It's like cladogenesis is a modified form of anagenesis, because each of those populations are also slowly changing. I don't necessarily buy the whole idea of like stasis. The populations just don't change over time, because they always do. There's genetic drift, there's natural selection, sexual selection. There's different forces that are acting upon populations to change them over time. Even in species that don't reproduce sexually, even in species where they reproduce by basically cloning themselves, you still get errors in the copying that cause the offspring to be a little bit different from the parents. So yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. But anyway. Yeah. And Petrodactylus, I think I know what you're talking about there. Salt Lake City had a similar thing. Didn't they? Or am I just remembering like a body t-shirt that I saw at one point? It's like Salt Lake Urban Transit. Yeah. Anywho, don't repeat that in the chat. Family-friendly stream. Let's get back to dire wolves here. Let's get back to this whole thing.
They are very much a real animal and the most common large mammal from La Brea, which is unusual. In most fossil assemblages, the carnivorous animals are less common than the herbivores, just because in any given environment, you know, you've got to have a lot more plant eaters.
There you go,
to support
Reiko,
a
yes.
small number of
Yeah.
meat eaters. But here, this is a natural predator trap, or you could also call it a scavenger trap, I suppose. You might have a few animals that get stuck in the pits there, and then, you know, they're flailing around, their calls of distress, the smell of, you know, their carcasses afterward would attract all kinds of carnivores.
Petrodactylus
Those
says,
carnivores get trapped.
whoa, what is this cool display? This is at La Brea, in the heart of downtown Los Angeles. You've got, what was it? I think 410, more than 400 direwolf skulls here on display. These are all genuine skulls, too. None of these are replicas, to my knowledge. Those are all from the pits there at La Brea. And the news today is about bringing back dire wolves from extinction. We're talking about the complexities, trying to dissect the hype and all that stuff, you know?
And attract more carnivores, so you could kind of see how that works, right?
So this is back in September when I was on my way back from TwitchCon.
4,000 dire wolves from La Brea so far. Really incredible. Just fantastic. And I love the life reconstruction here. They really tried to make them look scary.
Bring the camera closer, Danny. We want to see.
Yeah. And
pretty lanky there.
This is where science meets art. Fantastic. Yeah. And Kleber, thank you for reposting that from Toner Blaine. And yeah, Toner Blaine, I think that is still considered, like, there's a general consensus.
You know, I think I will, Reiko.
The grievous injuries that some of these animals sustained and survived does suggest that they cared for each other. They were highly social, lived in groups.
Tuvantastic says, are you asking if plants drive the evolution of animals or vice versa? It's a give and take. It's a push and pull with both of them. Yeah. Plants changing and evolving drives animals to adapt, and then the plants, you know, it's not like one of them has the upper hand in the relationship. They're both putting pressures on one another. You can get like arms races that develop. Arms races where certain plants that are being heavily grazed by big herbivorous animals might develop nasty tasting parts, bad smells, even poisons or spines or thorns, and then animals evolve ways of getting around that. Resistance to those poisons. Long tongues or prehensile lips to kind of get at the soft leaves and avoid the thorns and the spines. Stuff like that. So, yeah, it's really interesting the like competitive relationship that can exist between plants and herbivorous animals. In the same way that you have predator and prey animals that can be kind of locked in an arms race like that. Trying to each develop faster running speeds or stronger defenses. What's really, really cool is that sometimes you get mutualistic relationships that develop. Like, for instance, with angiosperms, flowering plants, and pollinators. So critters like bees and flowering plants, they're mutually beneficial for one another. So at some point, probably in the early Cretaceous period, about halfway through the age of dinosaurs, certain kinds of plants developed flowers and a way of attracting insects to them. So they would give the insects kind of a bribe. Be like, know, here's a little nectar for you. Here's a little food to bring you over. And in return, we're gonna sprinkle you with some pollen. Some of our reproductive material. And you're gonna go bring that to other flowers. You're gonna spread our genes. So it's a mutualistic relationship. These are two kinds of organisms that, even though they're not necessarily trying to help each other out, they are helping each other out. It's pretty cool how that works. So yeah. Yeah, you get that in hummingbirds, you get that in certain bats will actually visit flowers and spread pollen too. There's other kinds of birds that will do that. There's tons of beetles that are pollinators that are really important. All kinds of different organisms. Yeah. Anywho. And Eldrasaurus says, speaking of arms races, what are your thoughts about Triceratops and Tyrannosaurus? Were the result of their lineages trying to counter each other? In some ways, that's probably true, but I'm sure they've each got a lot of other stuff going on as well. It's not like Tyrannosaurus only preyed on Triceratops. There are a lot of other dinosaurs in that ecosystem they'd be eating, and other critters too. This idea that it's like this, you know, perfect dynastical arms race between ceratopsids and tyrannosaurs, and each are becoming bigger and stronger and more fearsome, and they're just constantly, like, I think that's a little oversold, you know? There's a lot more going on there, too. It's not always nature red in tooth and claw in every respect. Yeah. Anyway, good question, though, Eldrasaur. Yeah. Here, let's get back to the direwolves before I get too distracted. You're tempting me with Maastrichtian dinosaurs here.
Yeah. Wonderful megafaunal mammals. Yeah.
Direwolves.
Speaking of skeletal mounts here. Here, we're all adults here, so we can be mature about this.
Okay.
You know.
Ready to
check.
You ready to not be immature about this, chat? I'm gonna trust you. Let's talk about this here.
Cut that bone right there. The back.
Yeah, the baculum right here. That's yeah, I believe in this chat. It's a slappy salamander. Yeah, again, not making a joke. This is one of the ways that you can count how many direwolves you have in the pits. Is you count this bone because there's only one of them, and it's only in the males. That's the penis bone, the baculum right there. So when you're actually trying to do a tally of how many different direwolves you've got, you could do something like count the number of left femurs, left thigh bones, because you only have one left thigh bone. Or you could just take the number of bacula and then multiply that by 2, because generally there's like a roughly 1-to-1 male to female ratio, we think. But it's an important bone.
Baculum is actually part of this mounted skeleton. You don't often see that in fossil skeletal mounts.
Yep. Probably because a lot of people would, like, you know, they're not very mature about it, and they'd laugh, and yeah. We're not going to do that here.
Yeah. Pretty interesting. So we know.
And Mizart Rule says they took away the one of the whale and the SD. I don't think whales have baculae, Mizart Rules. Unless you're talking about the hips. But I don't think whales have a baculum. Yeah. I think they lost that a long time ago. Unless it's from a walrus, which is not a whale. Walruses, I think, have the biggest baculum in Mammalia.
Oh, he's male.
Yeah.
Pretty cool. All right, direwolf. The extinct direwolf was closely related to the living timber wolf.
Is it, though?
I think we no longer think that's true. It's a different genus. Probably hunted in packs. Many of the wolf bones found here at La Brea show evidence of serious injuries that later healed, like a crushed paw or broken limb. The social structure of the pack would have allowed these wolves to survive, even when they were unable to hunt for themselves.
Pretty cool.
Pretty cool.
Direwolves. If you want to watch this whole stream, La Brea was awesome. last little clip before we continue on.
Lordy, didn't you get some on your shoes or something last time?
I did, yeah. I
The tar?
took it off.
Yeah, it's pretty permanent. Look at that.
It's just seeping up through the ground.
Look at that. Lick it?
Don't do that.
Okay, I won't.
Turn into that guy from Spider-Man.
Yeah. Wow, it's... Oh boy, that's not going to come off. That's not going to come off. Yeah. Know that when you come here to La Brea and you stick your finger in the tar, you know, you're making a choice there that's going to stick with you. No pun intended. Oh boy. Try and wipe this off. All right.
And you know what? It doesn't go away. It's still there. I'm just kidding. Put that on. But yeah, La Brea. Cool place. You should visit if you ever get the chance. It is literally in downtown Los Angeles. This is what, Hancock Park, I think? So there's these buildings all around. It's wild, but, you know, it's a reminder that fossil science doesn't just happen out in remote badlands, in deserts, in wild places like that. These critters were all over the place. All these different organisms lived all over our planet. Downtown LA didn't used to look like this. It used to look like this. And this. Classic paintings by Charles R. Knight. You know, or like this. We've got Charles R. Knight and we've got Mark Hallett here. I think this might be the same, like, mountain ranges. This might be the same Gabriel Mountains there. But yeah, cool to think about. And Dinosaur Dave, thank you for the 41 months of support. Now at tier 3. Sorry, something happened with the alerts there. Getting your passport ready for SVP. Very nice, Dinosaur Dave. I've got a passport appointment on Wednesday. Doing the same thing. Putting together a list of different museums to visit while I'm over there. Very cool, Dinosaur Dave. Awesome. I wish you the best of luck. Yeah, holy cow. Here's the thing, is that these environments are very different today than they were during the Pleistocene, when critters like bison and American lions and ground sloths and mammoths and American horses and western camels and all these critters, saber-toothed cats, and dire wolves. Dire wolves lived in an environment that looks different than it does today in many cases. Those primary differences are A, lack of the big megafauna that lived back then, and B, lack of development. The LA Basin doesn't look like this anymore. It looks more like this. Much more smoggy, for one. Lots of buildings. Lots of roads. Yeah, it used to look like this when this photograph was taken, probably back in the 1910s or so. But yeah, again, compare this to this. Very different. So, even if dire wolves can be brought back, what sort of an impact will they have on a modern environment? A lot of their prey species, things that they may have been adapted to hunt, things like ground sloths, camels, horses, various species of bison, if they're not around, well, they're going to resort to eating deer and elk, whatever else they can get. Is that going to be a net positive for whatever environment they're introduced to? I don't know. but it's a question you gotta ask. Now they have humans, says Jody Fish. Well, they did back then, too. Yeah. And Mikey Like says, would it be ethical to release direwolves into nature? I don't think so. I mean, I don't know. Again, I don't feel like I deserve to have a strong opinion about this because I don't know enough about ecology and I don't know enough about the plan there. So let's talk about it. Let's get into this. This is a video that just came out 9 hours ago, so this is brand new here. The making of the colossal direwolves, world's first de-extinction. And it's not the world's first de-extinction. There was, well, shoot, what was it? The Pyrenean ibex, I think? That was a mammal that was cloned after it had gone extinct. And there was one successful clone, and it ended up dying, I think, a few hours after birth. But that would have been the world's first de-extinction. They might even talk about that in the video. I don't know. We've not even clicked play yet, and I'm already nitpicking here. But what do you expect from a channel like this? Let's take a look.
Everyone likes to talk about the climate crisis, but we are actually in a biodiversity crisis.
Yeah, those are intertwined. Why do you say it like that? We're already off to a bad start.
And that's absolutely critical to our way of life. So if all of these species go extinct, then we'll have full ecosystem collapse.
Some scientists have estimated that by 2050, half of all species that are alive today will be extinct. The truth is that extinction happens. Extinctions have happened throughout evolutionary history. But right now, the rate of extinction is estimated to be 1,000 to 10,000 times faster than the base rate in the fossil record.
Is there a base rate in the fossil record, though? Again, we were talking about this earlier. Sorry, I keep pausing here, but I'm not necessarily convinced that background extinction rate is actually a thing. Yeah. And coelacanths were never actually extinct in the first place, Jody Fish, but yeah. Yeah.
And a lot of that is our fault. We need a solution.
I agree with that.
Colossal is the world's first de-extinction company, and we combine de-extinction with species preservation, and our goal is to make extinction a thing of the past.
Colossal Biosciences develops cutting-edge technology to protect biodiversity and reverse human caused extinction.
People think it's a scary word, de-extinction. They immediately put us with Jurassic Park, and it's not. We're trying to develop these new techniques in order to save animals, in order to bring back animals that, in some cases, were our fault that we don't have them any longer. It wasn't a climate problem, it was a human problem.
I think we all share the deep concern about what's happening to biodiversity, what's happening to the planet, what's happening to people whose lives have been intertwined with wild nature since before time began. And so coming together...
Before time began? Maybe before written history is what she means, but... I'm annoying myself now with all this nitpicking. To me, before time began means pre-Big Bang, you know? Before the universe came into being as we know it. So, again, sorry. It doesn't have... Even if it's a valid point, Claire, I'm still being annoying. Let's continue.
With wild nature since before time began. And so coming together is so exciting because I think that's how we can really drive change.
We're finding solutions to restore a species back to the wild. The purpose of that is to serve an ecological function. As we lose species within an ecosystem, if you think of a Jenga puzzle, you're sort of pulling blocks out of there. Those blocks that are creating the instability in the ecosystem is literally the function that animal plays. If we can find ways to restore animals that provide that specific function, we can create more stability within an ecosystem.
We've announced 3 species, the woolly mammoth, the thylacine, and the dodo.
Yeah, it's unavoidable at this point, I think. This is what I was talking about with the art that they use. So this is not a video from Time Magazine. This is from Colossal Biosciences, and they're choosing which bits of art to put into this, and this is... It's just AI-generated garbage. Like... And maybe it's been slightly modified by an actual human artist, because this is not the worst AI representation I've ever seen of a dodo, but if I were a scientist who actually studies Rhesus cucullatus, if this were my baby, I would probably be puking right now. There's so many paleo artists who produce such incredible work, and it's a zillion times better than this, and they would be so happy to work on a project like this and get a paycheck from it. But just automating it like this, like, yeah, we don't really care. Just let's see what the computer farts out. Why? It seems lazy and it seems thoughtless, and I feel like it's a red flag. And Garakabolka says it's not like they don't have money for real artists. It's a choice. It is a choice. It's a choice that they're making here, and it's frustrating. It's deeply frustrating.
But one of the things that's absolutely critical to ecosystems is predators, as we've seen with what's happened in Yellowstone with the reintroduction of wolves back into the park. They've shown.
Rhacodactylus says it reveals their actual thought process. They take shortcuts because they want the impressive thing now. Ooh. Ooh. That's a cutting remark, Rhacodactylus, and I hope you're wrong, but I fear you're right. We'll see. You know? Yowza. Yeah. Taking shortcuts because they want the impressive thing now. You might have hit the nail on the head there.
Shown that they've even reshaped the river systems. They brought back beavers, they brought back songbirds. And so we felt that it was very important for us to bring back the direwolf.
Direwolf. The direwolf is the first species that we're bringing back at Colossal.
Again, I'm kind of outside of this. I didn't know that dire wolves were a thing in pop culture until pretty recently, like a year or two ago. But apparently people on the internet get really excited about dire wolves because of, I guess, Game of Thrones and some other stuff too. I only knew them from the Pleistocene, but if they're doing this just because people know about it and can get people excited, and it's kind of a stunt, then I don't know. That's the thing. There's a tightrope that we as scientists have to walk when we're trying to get the general public excited about a particular scientific project we're working on. And sometimes you lead with the things that people have heard of. If you can use that as a bridge to actually communicating ideas to the public, getting them excited so they can support real scientific work, then that's great. Balancing hype with science is something that we all have to find a way to do. It's got to make sure that the hype doesn't overpower the science, you know?
The direwolf would...
Allosaurus says using AI-generated slop just kind of drives further home the point that they're not interested in any of the actual science, just a tech startup wanting to churn out the result to build hype and make false claims, like them resurrecting the direwolf. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. I don't want to be too strident about this, because I really don't know at this point, but you might be right there. I don't know. And again, we've got such a narrow keyhole that we're looking through right here. We're watching a YouTube video on their YouTube page. It just came out a few hours ago. It's already got 96,000 views, which is more than a few. But some of the scientists that they're interviewing here, I wonder if some of the scientists that are on this team, I wonder if they would be upset to see the use of AI art here, or if they don't really care. I don't know.
which most people think is just a mythical creature, was actually a
Wait, most people think is a mythical creature?
This is the first species that we're bringing back at Colossal.
Hey, and Frisk is here. How are you doing, Frisk? Welcome, welcome. Twitch staff member here. Sweet giant friend-shaped Borksters, says Frisk. You could talk about wolves that way. Sure, wolves are such cool critters. And if you ever get the chance to, like, see them in real life at a zoo, like, it could be kind of magical. And they are just big dogs, essentially. Dogs are a kind of wolf. You can think of dogs evolved from wolf ancestors. Let's go to our tree of life here. Oh, I hope the website isn't having trouble right now. It might be. Oh, here we go. Come on. We were having trouble with this last week. I hope they're not having server problems or something, but I was going to show you this big Tree of Life website, kind of visualizing the interrelatedness of all organisms on Earth. It's such a cool tool, and it's not working right now. Anyway, I was going to make the point that dogs, modern domestic dogs, are descended from a wolf ancestor. So they are, in essence, like a kind of wolf. They're the direct lineal descendants of Canis lupus. So we as scientists used to refer to domestic dogs as Canis domesticus or Canis familiaris. That was the scientific name for dogs. Now usually we say Canis lupus familiaris. They're like a subspecies of wolf, basically, rather than being a different species. It's kind of a better way to think of them. So when you can see a wolf in the wild, or in a zoo, you're kind of seeing where dogs came from, and there's something really special about that, especially if, like me, you like dogs, you're fond of dogs, I am. I grew up with dogs. Dogs are such cool animals. They're really special critters. The dire wolf might not actually be a wolf, as we've been discussing. This animal, we used to call it Canis dirus. There are a lot of researchers who now use a different genus name for it. They think it might be distinct enough from the dog genus Canis, to give it a totally different genus name. It might have split off earlier in evolution than the dogs. It might not be part of the dog genus Canis. It might be like a separate branch on the dog family tree from dogs and wolves. And so it could be that dire wolves aren't actually wolves at all. But relatives. And you kind of see that in some of these depictions. So here you've got a gray wolf there in the center, kind of cowering from the dire wolf, Anacyon dirus right here, the reddish looking guys. So these guys might be more different than we previously thought. This is research that goes back, I think, about 10 years, and it's still kind of being discussed. There's still a lot of controversy about this in the Pleistocene paleontological world. I think researchers are still kind of figuring out the details and hashing it out. But it could be that dire wolves are not wolves at all, and it might be wrong to think of them as being wolves. We're still figuring it out. Anyhow, a piece of actual art that isn't AI. Exactly, RC Maniac, yeah. Who did this one? That almost looks like Gabriele Guetto's work again, but he does some really excellent paleo art. I'm always eager to share his stuff. There we go. So yeah, Canis dirus, extinct about 9,000 years ago. Northern United States to northern Argentina. Pretty wide range for this species. And they might not have been super wolfy. Yeah. And there you go, RC Maniac. Yeah, thank you. From 2021. Nice. And not a wolf? Hyena? I wish I could show you the tree of life here to help illustrate this point. It's really cool to see, but the website's just not working right now. Yeah. Here, Wikipedia, I'm sure will have a cladogram here, like an evolutionary family tree. Yeah, its ancestral lineage is debated with two competing theories. The first theory is based on fossil morphology, so the shapes of the bones, which suggests that an expansion of the genus Canis out of Eurasia led to the dire wolf. So under that scenario, they would be very close to our modern wolves, very closely related. The second hypothesis is based on DNA evidence, which indicates that the dire wolf arose from an ancestral lineage that originated in the Americas, so in either North or South America, and was separate from the genus Canis, so it would not be close to wolves. So here's a cladogram with our dire wolves there. This is based on the idea that they are part of the Canis genus, so they are related to wolves and dogs closely. And then, here we go. So this is a cladogram, so like an evolutionary family tree, trying to illustrate that these guys would be pretty far from genus Canis, dogs and wolves. So this would mean that dholes, African wild dogs, and jackals are all closer to wolves than the dire wolf. The dire wolf would be well outside of that group. So it's still part of the dog family, the Canidae in general, but just not super close to wolves. Again, jackals, African wild dogs, and dholes, and Eurasian jackals would all be closer to wolves. So yeah, anywho. With that said, let's jump back into this, because there's some extraordinary claims being made by this biotech company called Colossal, and I'm trying to figure out what's what, and what they've created there, is it actually a dire wolf? No, but how close is it? And Kenny says, is a fox close? So foxes are out, they're out even further. Again, I really wish that the one zoom site were working right now, and it's just not. I'd be able to show you at a glance. I always prefer to show rather than tell, and it's not working right now, so I apologize. It's not asking me to accept cookies, Claire. No, I can try it in Firefox. No, don't show this message again. Don't show this It's not working in Firefox either. Sorry. They're probably having some kind of server issue. Oh. Let's continue with the video. Yeah.
And so we felt that it was very important for us to bring back the dire wolf.
Dire wolf. Dire wolf. The dire wolf is the first species that we're bringing back at Colossal.
The dire wolf, which most people think is just a mythical creature.
More AI art. Ugh. AI art. Hire a real artist. There's so many starving artists out there who need work. But yeah, it also kind of saddens me to hear that more people might be familiar with dire wolves from pop culture. They think it's a mythical animal. I didn't even know this was an animal in popular culture until, again, like a couple years ago.
The dire wolf, which most people think is just a mythical creature, was actually a keystone species that was not only endemic to the United States and mostly Americas, but it was actually culturally important to some of the biggest indigenous early tribes in America. So we thought if we could use it as an opportunity where we can also develop.
And I wonder if we really know that. Like, was it culturally important to Paleo Indians? People who lived 9,000 years ago plus in the Americas? How do we know that? Again, I don't work on Pleistocene stuff, so this is kind of outside of my wheelhouse.
Develop technologies that can help wolves. We thought it was the right first project, given how important wolves are to ecosystems.
It's an anthropology question. Exactly, Jody
One of the
Fish,
challenges when we started working on the
I don't know the
direwolf
answer
was
to it.
that we knew of only 2 direwolf specimens in the world that contained some usable DNA. One of our direwolf samples was a single tooth, and then another was a 72,000-year-old skull. So we were able to use these specimens and isolate this ancient DNA out of them.
For the direwolf, there was a massive study that
In your artwork, can you give me a link, Ms. Art Rules? I don't see any links there.
did many samples across multiple institutions and
Broody Bandit says, super glad to have stumbled across this stream. Saw the news earlier. My first thought was what would the paleo community's thoughts were on things. We'll be getting into that. I'm going to be looking at some almost like op-eds from some colleagues in paleontology. And we'll be kind of seeing what other paleontologists are saying on social media as well.
Colossal took 2 of those samples and was able to generate whole genome sequences from each. And so this is incredible for any species, let alone species that have been
That is really
extinct.
cool. Again, another thing that I'm sort of weirded out by, I guess, is that none of this stuff's been published yet. In science, we have this kind of like self-correcting mechanism. The whole publication process, peer review. I don't remember seeing any publications on like, oh, we've got a full genome now for Anacyon dirus, for the dire wolf. I don't remember seeing that. Maybe I missed it, but I don't. Again, like trying to recreate an extinct organism without actually like publishing the genome first or anything is it's a bit of a red flag. I don't know. Yeah.
So what you can do is you can map that to its closest living relative. So at Colossal, we're using the gray wolf, and we've been able to generate such a high quality genome that we can map back to create our own direwolf reference genome.
So, and again, this is gonna sound weird coming from somebody who's, streaming on Twitch right now.
What's science ever done for us? TV off.
We RBL. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. This is gonna sound odd coming from somebody who streams on Twitch for a living. But the media stuff around this being so polished, so much time and effort spent into like making everything look really flashy and clean and interesting. I'm not trying to be a snob about this as a scientist, but like it is kind of like, whoa. There's a lot of flash here. How much substance is there really underneath? It's very polished. And they clearly put a lot of effort into the whole media production aspect of it. Did they put that kind of effort into the science too? I don't know. Yeah. Rusty Guy says, reminds me of all the hype about cold fusion that never panned out. Let's continue.
When we edit different lines of genetically diverse gray wolves, we'll create a set of genetically diverse dire wolves with similar edits, but the basis of their diversity already existed within the gray wolf.
Gray wolves are on the endangered species list, and that means you can't just go in and collect the samples that we want.
typically people have to take a ear punch or a skin biopsy, and sometimes it's a very invasive process for the animal. We've developed a technology where you can take a simple blood draw, isolate these specific cells in the blood, and then clone from it.
So that would be, if this is legit, that would be a huge advancement.
We're changing the genome of this living animal partially into the genome of the extinct animal for those genes that matter, for the traits and characteristics that we want to see in that animal.
RBL says it all kind of looks like an elaborate publicity stunt. I'm kind of getting that same sense. We'll see. I hope it's not. Hope this is all legit. But, you know, scientists by our very nature, we tend to be pretty conservative about this kind of thing. Not politically conservative, but just like, hey, let's slow down and think about this for a minute. Let's examine all of the evidence that we have. Let's not rush to conclusions. That's, you know, when you're trained to be a scientist, that's kind of drilled into you early on. Science is about testing claims using evidence. And you can't rush that. And so, naturally, I think any scientist is going to be a little suspicious of extraordinary claims if they don't see extraordinary evidence backing it up in that same moment, you know? Yeah. Yeah. And Gazaway says, publicity is a large part of how they get capital to do this work, so it kind of makes sense for this to be polished to a point. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, and they've got, like, clearly a big media arm here. When they're looking for funding about this kind of thing, when they're looking for the cash to be able to do this work, they've got to throw some razzle-dazzle in there for sure. But to me, that's not how science is supposed to work. You could make an argument that that's, scientists, a bunch of old fuddy-duddies, and, you know, you need to get with the times and think more like a tech startup or something. And maybe there's some legitimacy to that point of view. But I'm suspicious of it, you know? Yeah, I'm trying to avoid this kind of, like, reflexive black and white thinking. That's like, oh, this is all bad, or oh, this is all good. There's going to be nuance in here. And I'm trying to use this as a teaching opportunity, too, to talk about the nature of science. Talk about how to test claims. And use it as a springboard for discussing big topics in ecology, extinction studies, all that good stuff. Yeah. There you go, Triceratops 7-9. As an American, what is nuance? Yeah. And Bengo Live says, in climate change, scientists definitely need better PR. I agree. Yeah, especially because they're really, really fighting uphill there. Because the folks who have all of the cash and all of the PR expertise behind them are like, it's the fossil fuel industry. Yeah. Everyone was very clear that we aren't doing enough, but scientists always speak conservatively, and it lets reactionary elements run roughshod over them in political discussions. Absolutely, Fango Lives, yes. There's it reminds me of, what's it called? The BS asymmetry principle. Brandolini's law. Here we go. Again, family-friendly stream. I'm not going to be saying the cuss words here. Look away if that might give you the vapors to see a cuss word on a paleontologizing stream. There we go. Brandolini's law, or the BS, or nonsense, asymmetry principle, is an internet adage coined in 2013 by Italian programmer Alberto Brandolini. It compares the considerable effort of debunking misinformation to the relative ease of creating it in the first place. The law states the amount of energy needed to refute BS is an order of magnitude bigger than the need to produce it. So basically, it's 10 times more difficult to correct misinformation than it is to just say it in the first place. This is an issue that we as scientists deal with all the time, because you get, I don't know, you get a lot of folks with nefarious motives who want to sell you something, who want to misinform you, who want you to believe things that aren't true. Whether it's flat earthers or anti-vaxxers or, I don't know, anti-LGBTQ people or whatever. People who want you to think that actually Sasquatch built the pyramids and Obama assassinated JFK. You know, it's so quick to say these things, but to actually go through point by point and talk about why they're wrong takes so much longer. And it's an issue that I think just about every scientist who interfaces with the public has to deal with. Yeah. Rhacodactylus, who studies this kind of thing, actually. Shout out to Rhacodactylus, who's a cognitive scientist and studies precisely why people believe weird things. Check out his stream. Reiko says, please note that the swear word used here does in fact have a technical, philosophical definition. It says utterances made without regard for the truth, in contrast to a lie, which is an utterance made to steer people away from the truth. Yeah. So it's funny. I remember having a discussion about this with an old roommate of mine who was from Indonesia. English was not his first language. He's fluent in English, but sometimes these like weird nuances within the English language kind of escaped him. So I remember one time trying to explain to him and also trying to just verbalize some of these complex ideas about different compound words using the S word there. Family friendly stream, not gonna say it. But bull as opposed to horse, as opposed to, you know, going ape. Just trying to, like, all these different animals that you throw out in combination with that word, they mean, like, sometimes completely different things. So anyway, BS in this case, Reiko is saying, it doesn't mean it's, like, necessarily an outright lie intended to deceive. It's just like, yeah, we don't really care about what's true, so we're just gonna say something. Take it or leave it, and yeah, that's BS. Anywho, yeah. The difference between misinformation and disinformation. Oh, is that a hard distinction there, Fango Lives? I've never actually thought about that. Is it Fango Lives or is it Fang Olives? Let me know. Yeah, or Bat. Jody Fish, yeah, there you go. You never use the horse variant. The bull one, on the other hand, well, to me, they mean very different things. I think horse means that it almost implies an intent to deceive. Yeah, it also implies a certain degree of, like, outlandishness. Maybe I'm wrong, but yeah. I've heard that disinformation is intentional, misinformation is not. And Fango was my cat's name. Okay, gotcha, Fango. I'll call you Fango. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. For me, English is also a second language, and it's fascinating how many animal you have. Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting how that works. all these interesting flourishes in the English language, which can be, I'm sure, very confusing to somebody who didn't grow up in that milieu. Anyway, let's continue with our video here.
Discovering which parts of the genome make an animal look and act like that animal is one of the hardest problems in biology. It is unsolved and something that we have to solve if we want to know which parts of the genome we want to edit to make a gray wolf more like a dire wolf.
And again, that might be the wrong starting point. This is a little bit difficult to... I feel a little bit of imposter syndrome here because Beth Shapiro is a very well-regarded researcher in this field. Like, de-extinction is her jam. She kind of wrote the book on it, and she's been working with Colossal Biosciences. I hope they're paying her well. They probably are. She's a legitimate scientist. She is well respected. If you're going to get information from anybody in this cadre, I would trust her the most. So that can be kind of our North Star in this to a certain extent. But this idea of modifying a gray wolf to create a dire wolf, that might be completely misguided because they might be entirely different animals. Like, dire wolves might be from way further back in the evolution of the dog family. They might be a branch that's separated from gray wolves by like 6 million years or something. That might be the wrong starting point. I don't know, you know?
Genome we want to edit to make a gray wolf more like a dire wolf.
To analyze our genomes, to compare dire wolves with gray wolf genomes, we use our tools on a platform built by FormBio. It's a bioinformatics company that spun out of Colossal. They built this whole suite of analysis tools and algorithms that allow us to find the differences between the dire wolf genome and the gray wolf genome and filter out these differences that we actually want to edit. And so we aligned our dire wolf reads to the gray wolf genome. That allowed us to know exactly where the gray wolf differed from the dire wolf.
So here's the thing, if they've got a whole genome of a dire wolf, which I don't know if they claimed that directly, but I think that's kind of what's implied, is that they've decoded the whole genome, the whole genetic code of a dire wolf. They've got that now. They've got all the A's, G's, C's, and T's in there, and they can compare that to that of a gray wolf and just modify a few bits of gray wolf genome to create what is superficially a dire wolf. If that's the case, why aren't they publishing on this, you know? Why haven't they made that information public? Because a lot of researchers would love to see that. Maybe they have, and I just haven't heard about it, but I don't think so. I feel like they should be leading with that, you know? And also, that would put to rest this whole controversy over whether dire wolves actually are part of... if they are super close to wolves, or if they're not. It sounds like they're working under the assumption that they are super close to wolves. I'm not sure that's actually been established. I think there's still a lot of controversy over that. Anyhow, we'll probably see that in some of the articles that we'll be reading from some of my colleagues, other paleontologists who are writing about this.
One of the most exciting differences that we found in the dire wolf genome is that there is a change in the L-coral gene. And L-coral is a key regulator of animal size.
Next, we have to use gene editing technologies. We have cells growing in a dish in a lab that belong to a gray wolf. And so these have gray wolf genomes. Now we've decided which part of that genome we want to change. So one at a time, we take our gene editing tools and we go into that cell and we cut out the bit of DNA that looks like a gray wolf and paste in its place the DNA that looks like a dire wolf.
So yeah, these are good explanations of this, but yeah. Petrodactylus is maybe being secretive with it, so the video announcement is more of a surprise and can gain attention or traction with that. I don't know if that happens all the time with the sciences, though. It doesn't. I mean, and when it does, it's a red flag, usually. So it's like Rhacodactylus was saying, science by press release, like that stuff usually doesn't pan out. It's kind of doing things in reverse order. You know, in science, we do a press release after the paper has been published, after it's been peer-reviewed, after everybody's checked it and rechecked it and rechecked it again. Doing the press release first is it's a little fishy, for certain. Yeah. Anyhow. And Nicodemo says, what a great channel you have. Thank you, Nicodemo. I'm a geologist from Chile. Ah, bienvenidos a Paleontologizing. Thanks for being here. How good is it to find a place to talk and discuss things about science and paleontology? Oh yeah, that's what we're all about here. Welcome, Nicodemo. What kind of geology do you do? Do you, sorry, I'm not trying to interrogate you, but, most of my stuff, sedimentary geology, paleontologist. Do you do sedimentary or igneous or metamorphic, maybe? What's your area of particular passion? Yeah. Anywho. Yeah, let's continue here. And shoot, when I used the soundboard, that brought us to a different timestamp. Let's go back to... We're about here.
Looks like a direwolf.
Each time you edit the gene in a cell, you put a lot of stress.
And Reiko says, that's a kind of a sociology of science issue going on here. It's raising some flags for me. Science is a community, or set of communities, that have some norms and standards, and this company seems to be pushing against a fair number of important ones that serve the interest of science progressing slowly but methodically. Yeah, maybe one of these days, Reiko, we should do a joint stream about this, because I feel like we could have some really interesting conversations about this kind of thing. Yeah. I'll defer to my geneticist friends on this. But what they're doing and what they say they're doing are apparently very different things, and that worries me. I would want to hear from Balint and Lita about this, from Science Streams, because they are geneticists. And, yeah. Their area of expertise is much closer to this than mine is in some respect. So I'd be eager to hear their thoughts. I would love if Science does some coverage on this. Would be glued to my chair for that one. Yeah, me too. Yeah.
On that cell, because you have to get your gene editing tools in these cells, and then these changes are made. So what we do instead is we try to make dozens or hundreds of changes at once. It's called multiplex gene editing.
So now we have cells growing in a dish in a lab that have DNA that makes them a little bit more direwolf-like than gray wolf-like. We have to transform these living cells into actual pups. And for that, we use a process called cloning, or...
Fango Live says, this does seem like one of those situations where the tech industry reads some dystopian science fiction and then decides, oh, hey, let's do that. And everyone's like, wait, please read the ending, it's bad. Yeah, so what is that classic host? Here we go. Sci-fi author says, in my book, I invented the Torment Nexus as a cautionary tale. And the tech company says, at long last, we've created the Torment Nexus from the classic sci-fi novel, Don't Create the Torment Nexus. Yeah. Classic. I'm not saying that's what they're doing here, but that is like a really weird impulse in, among like big tech firms in general, and some tech startups and stuff. It's a problem in Silicon Valley. I could say that, living here in the Bay Area. Yeah. Anyhow.
somatic cell nuclear transfer. This is the same process that most famously brought us Dolly the sheep.
You take an egg, an oocyte, from a wolf or a dog, you take out its own DNA and you stick that direwolf cell in it.
That cell becomes an embryo that's a
It's like the
direwolf.
cloning process.
It's
We're
no
all familiar
longer
with this.
a domestic dog, which sounds totally science fiction. And with the help of a vet team, we then are able to surgically put this embryo back inside to the surrogate dog.
We have to find an
There you go,
appropriate
Reiko. Yeah,
dog
I
that can
agree.
carry our direwolf.
Everyone is thinking very critically about each step so that when that pup is finally born, we know there aren't any issues.
The safety of all of our surrogates for any of our species is the highest priority. We have an overemphasis on our animal husbandry team to secure their safety, as well as are pursuing on the science side our own exogenous development team so that one day we won't have to use surrogates.
The most exciting part is when the vet team comes.
I'm sorry, I don't want to let that scoot by without examining it. Is she talking about artificial wombs there?
Well as are pursuing on the science side our own exogenous development team so that one day we won't have to use surrogates.
Exogenous development team. Not being a geneticist, not being somebody who works in this area, that sounds to me like an artificial womb, which was something that they were talking about for recreating the mammoth, which is another project that Colossal claims they're doing. Which, you know, if they could make that happen, that would be awesome. So you wouldn't have to use surrogate elephant mothers to birth these experimental, like, kind of facsimile mammoths. But nobody's been able to do that, even with a mouse yet, to my knowledge. I don't think anybody's been able to raise a mouse embryo outside of a mother mouse. And hope, I don't know, they're doing a big song and dance about the whole like artificial womb thing. And hopefully they're working on that. That would be really cool if they could make it happen. I'm not against that idea. I'm just very skeptical that they could actually pull it off. I don't know. I think one of my biggest concerns about Colossal is not necessarily that they're going to actually create these organisms and release them into the wild and it's going to be like a Jurassic Park style scenario. What I'm more concerned about is I don't know, this scenario I'm imagining where this is just a scheme to raise a bunch of venture capital and make a few people wealthy and then just not really do anything that works. And the public gets misled and becomes kind of further skeptical of science. And that kind of sets us all back as scientists, you know? The people hear about, you know, they read a headline about some new scientific discovery and they go, well, you know, we got duped by that whole Colossal thing. Didn't they say that we were going to have a mammoth in 5 years? And now we don't. You know, scientists, they never deliver on their promises. That's what I don't want to happen, you know? So yeah. Fangolive says USA is in its scam era right now, so it's good timing to get in that respect. USA is in its scam era right now. That's very true. I don't want this to be a scam. I'm not convinced that it is. But let's examine it critically. Let's continue to do that.
The most exciting part is when the vet team comes in, they do their ultrasound, and they say.
And Starman says, remember Musk's Hyperloop? Well, that was always kind of a transparent scam from the start. Like, nobody who knew anything about this thought that it would work, and they didn't actually have a real team of geneticists and, well, obviously not geneticists, but they didn't have experts in the field who were talking about this. It was all just kind of a tech bro Hyperloop. Tech bro pipe dream. Well. This is definitely more legitimate than that. And they actually have some things to show from it. But, yeah. But maybe it's still somewhere on that spectrum, though. I'm not sure. Yeah. would be anything similar to Dolly the Sheep clone, circa 1997, I think, was Dolly the Sheep? Somewhere around there. In terms of the hype. Well, so that was a real thing, though. Like, Dolly the Sheep, that was real, legit. And cloning of mammals like that, I'm not going to say it's routine, but it's something that you can do nowadays. Dolly was not hype. Like, that was real. I mean, I'm sure there was some media handling of it that was a little misguided, over the top, not based on facts. But that's a real scientific achievement. Yeah. Forever Gamer 22 asked the question I think many people are wondering right now. Would it be possible to bring back dinosaurs? Can you get DNA out of a fossil? Or would that not be possible because of the age of the fossil, etc.? Forever Gamer kind of answered your own question there. Yeah. Resurrecting dinosaurs using ancient DNA, kind of Jurassic Park style? Not a chance that could happen. For a zillion different reasons, but chief among them is we do not have a single piece of Mesozoic dinosaur DNA. So dinosaurs that lived during the Mesozoic era, from the Triassic through the Cretaceous, up until 66 million years ago, we don't have any DNA from them because DNA doesn't last that long. DNA starts to degrade pretty quickly after the death of an organism, and by about 1 or 2 million years, it's like completely gone, let alone 66 million years. So, yeah. And sometimes I get people asking me, well, Danny, what if there was a frozen dinosaur found in Antarctica, or in Alaska, or Siberia? And I think a lot of folks don't realize there's no ice on our planet that's that old. All of the ice is much newer than that. Yeah. So in much the same way that, well, yeah. You're not going to get like a Frostilicus scenario. So yeah, classic bit here. Here's Jasper, the old man from The Simpsons. And, yeah, he decides to freeze himself in the freezer, and then, anyhow.
I'm at work. By gum, it worked. I've awakened in the future. Moon pie. What a time to be alive.
Anyhow. There are no freezers that are that old. There's no ice on our planet that's been around for 66 million years. Heck, the North Slope of Alaska had palm trees, crocodiles hanging out. It was tropical as recently as like 50 million years ago. Same with Antarctica. So anyhow, yeah. Oh, and Balint is discussing the de-extinction of direwolves right now. Very cool, Dr. Hubs. Yeah, I was hoping he would be talking about that.
How many genes, Streaming Falcon, would you say that need to take place, or that changes need to be reverted if it is really brought back from extinction? This. How many genes do you need changed to actually bring it back? Falcon. There are about 25,000 genes in the genome.
Let's get some follows for science streams right now.
Oh.
He says, "Hi, Professor."
Hold on.
Should we do an impromptu collab?
Should we knock
Yes.
on? Should we knock on Professor Anduza's door? Should we knock on Danny's door to
Let's do it.
a collab on this?
Yeah.
I'm happy to talk with Danny about this. Guys, go follow Professor Daniel Anduza.
Go
Single
follow
greatest science
Bullet from
communicator,
Science
not
Strains,
just on Twitch, not just
who
on
legitimately
YouTube,
is
but
Dr.
the
Bullet.
entirety of the actual planet. Please go follow the lovely Daniel Anduza. Write me out. He is a real life paleontologist and one of our besto friendos. Go drop him a follow. We'll see if Danny's up for an impromptu collab. I'm happy to chat through this.
See if we can
with
figure
him
this
as
out
well.
in a technical
Oh,
sense.
there we go.
Yeah. All right. Here we go. Let's see if here guest stream.
Hi, Danny.
Hey, Blint, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear or see me?
I can hear you. I'm working on seeing you right now. Give me just a minute here. And I think I got to start virtual camera. And let's see. OBS virtual camera. There we are. Confirm. Oh, hang on.
Here we go.
Let's do Elgato face cam. There we go. I think that'll work. Excellent.
Perfect.
And let me get
Danny, I was also had you up on our stream, and I saw you talking about this too, which is why I could answer so quickly.
Oh, really? Awesome. Oh, this is fantastic. Here, I'm trying to set your thing up there. So here, you might have to set it so that you've got a virtual cam going because it's showing me on your stream too. We've got
So
double
you could,
Danny.
I think you can crop me.
Okay.
So it might have to be a cropping because
Yeah.
I know one camera is pulling me in on our feed, and that's
Gotcha.
I worry that my computer will absolutely die if I pull in the new camera source.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. Let me let's see. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to crop, but can I scoot these?
If you hold on the camera feed, if you hold Alt, then it crops.
You mean in OBS?
Yeah.
Okay. Because I'm just taking the feed from the Twitch browser window. And here, what I'm going to try and do, let's get rid of my camera and let's just put you like that. There we go. Oh, it sounds like Munchkin's having a hard time right now.
Yeah, I think she might come in for a second to say hi.
Okay, yeah. Let's see, still trying to crop this properly. Here we go. But,
hi,
yeah,
Fritz.
What are your first thoughts on this, Balin? I've been eager to actually get the perspective of, a real life geneticist here.
Yeah, so I knew about Colossal Biotech for a while now because they were doing like the thylacine and they're doing the dodo bird. And I saw this cover on Time magazine pop up.
Yeah.
And I thought that was, I didn't realize that it was that same company.
Mm-hmm.
I was very surprised. I'm like, oh, this sounds really interesting. And like the cover makes it look like a really, really big deal, right? Because all of a sudden it's like, oh, hey, we brought back this animal that hasn't been around for 10,000 years.
Mm-hmm.
But as soon as we break it down, it's 14 genes with 20 mutations, and 5 of those genes are already part of the gray wolf.
Right.
So it's a very, very small percentage of anything that's actually being done, which was frustrating to me because I feel like it's far too propped up and like sensationalized. It doesn't really sound like it's what they make it out to be. And we were just showing like the number of Google articles that were demonstrating like de-extinction, like all these kinds of news stories. And we don't even have a paper. There is no paper to look at.
Right. Yeah, I was really surprised by that too. That there's just we don't have any publications yet. Like, has this even been peer reviewed? Do they actually have the genome of the direwolf? Because are you aware, Balint, that the direwolf might not actually be a wolf at all? It might not be close to wolves.
Yeah, we were chatting about that a little bit too earlier
Yeah.
on, and so but there's a claim.
Mm-hmm.
There's no data, but y'all can decide from the company that says 99.5% of the direwolf's genome and the gray wolf's genome is identical.
Right, and which is interesting because that directly contradicts some other findings from other teams where they're saying that these are separate lineages, that they've been separate for about 6 million years. They've been evolving in different directions. They're totally different genera. And so if they actually have a full genome of a direwolf, they should be able to demonstrate, that would be a great publication too, like easily Nature or Science paper, just saying, hey, we've got the full genome. It is, from the same lineage as wolves or something. But it doesn't seem like they've done
that. The paper that we were looking at, like the one that you mentioned too, is this one here. This is the one. So structural variation during dog domestication, where they have the gray wolf genome, and there they establish an estimate of the number of genes that exist in the gray wolf.
Right.
So that isn't fully known as well. So like that range is 20 to 25,000 genes. Right. And so and the way they would do that, right, is you look at the gene body, you look at where the genes start, where the genes end, how that system works, and then like have an estimate that this makes one genetic unit. And the issue is, right, that it's not, that definition isn't standard, and that requires a lot of time and going in manually to either annotate the genome of a dog and then hope that it matches in a wolf, and or go in and annotate the wolf and then like further sub-annotate the new one. And I just don't think that that's happened.
Interesting. Okay. I'm not totally sure I follow.
By annotate, I mean you go in manually and you look at this like DNA sequence in your Excel sheet, and you manually identify that this is a start site and this is an end site. And then that you try to match up, like, based on this structure, this gene is most similar to X in another animal.
Sure.
Because, right, we can't test it. We can't test it.
Right. It's discouraging to hear. Because deep down, I really want this to be totally legitimate, and, it'd be really cool to be able to bring back these animals from extinction. But I don't know. I was talking with my chat earlier about how there's so much hype around this. It's on the cover of Time magazine, or I guess it will be at the beginning of May. They've released all these really slick videos today, just in the last few hours. They're making a lot of extraordinary claims here, and I don't know how many of these are actually fully backed up by what they're doing. For one thing, just calling it a direwolf is, go ahead.
Yeah. Did you talk about the woolly mammoth mouse paper from a few weeks ago?
Not really, no. We just glanced at it really briefly, but I think some chatters are asking about it, and I encouraged them to go talk to you about it, because you would know a lot more about this than I would.
Company.
It is, yeah, Colossal.
So that's the same. That's the same company,
right?
And they released a paper, but it's a preprint, so it's not peer reviewed. And if you look in the methods, it's nowhere else in the paper. It's in the supplementary methods that they only actually got 3 of the 17 mice to have all the genetic information in that they wanted, and the others there was all these off-target effects. So there were all these extra mutations in there that they did not account for, or it didn't actually pull in all the mutations that they wanted. So it's like, it's not even their own claims on their press release is not backed up by their own paper. And you would only know that if you went into the methods.
Shoot. Did that get reported on? Like, are there any science journalist reporters who have called that out?
No, no. So it was one of Lita's first things. Lita read the paper and she just like hit the roof on the method. She's like, "This
Oh
is
boy.
like statistically insignificant compared to
Uh-huh.
what you're actually being able to do."
Uh-huh.
And so if it's that, that's why to me, right, it was immediately like, well, wait a minute. If this company is the same one that's quote de-extinctifying this one, well,
Uh-huh.
then is it as trustworthy, right?
Uh-huh. That's, I don't know. As somebody, like yourself who does science outreach more or less full time, um, it gives me pause. Like part of me is afraid that, I don't know, this might be misinforming the public, and it might harm public trust in science. If these are the things that are making headlines and then they don't pan out, that might be really bad for science at large. It might be bad for science communicators like us, and that people are going to start to mistrust what they're reading about in the media about science even more than they already do. I don't know.
100%. And you pointed out very importantly on your stream, if you bring them back, let's suspend disbelief for a second. Where do you release them? What are the government regulations to protect them? Do they receive the same levels of protection? Because is it really this like the same species, or is it something new? Like, what's the end game here? Like, it's like tech development is great, but what's the next basic step for the welfare and the bioethics behind these animals?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. But even before we get to that, I mean, I'm really stuck on the definition of direwolf here. Like, we don't there isn't like a strong consensus, as I understand it, on how similar direwolves are to gray wolves. Are they even members of the same genus, or are they not? How recently did they share a common ancestor? And like, I feel like that's something you need to tackle before you can go about, recreating them through cloning technology like this.
I guess it's similar to, like, with their split. One paper says it thinks it's 6 million years difference. The technique almost seems to me like what we do in fruit flies, where if you're trying to study a human disease, you can take a human mutant form of a gene, and if there's an equivalent in the fly, you can put it in. And that's almost, it seems more like the numerical similarities that they've done here.
Okay.
Right, based on the small number of genes. And then I wouldn't call that fly a human. Even if you do put a couple of genes in, right? That's not a fruit fly thing, or like a human thing. So yeah, where is the break point of it? Of where it's, like you said, like, where is the separation between these two animals? Or where was it? How much of it is similar enough? And just to give you the numbers, so if you put the gray wolf genome into the sequencer, and doing a little bit of the maths here, the base pairs, so the A, T, C's, and G's, there's 2.4 billion billion with a B base pairs.
That's a lot.
That's published on for the gray wolf. And if we believe that the CEO, who said it's 99.5% similar, I mean, Danny, my maths aren't great, but that's still a fair number of base pairs that are different.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, when you're dealing with billions.
And that is not accounted for by, the 14 genes.
And I mean, it might be, depending on how you count it, 50% of that could be held in common between a gray wolf and a banana, right?
Yep, exactly. Yeah, 100%. And so it's like, that number of 99 seems really, really close. Until we start breaking down, like you're saying, well, like the banana similarity, because there's housekeeping genes, and so on and so forth, and that there's that much of a similarity between us and bonobos.
Not bananas, but bonobos. Yeah, it's pygmy chimpanzees, as we used to call them. Yeah, don't want to confuse anybody in chat, but so like we and chimps and bonobos, we share a common ancestor about 3 million years ago, I think, or maybe it's 6 million. I forget. It's probably 6 million. But But yeah, that's, there have been a lot of changes that can take place during that time, and there have been a lot of changes. But we're still 97, 98, 99, well, depending on how you count it, we're still really, really similar to them. Is that the same kind of, the same ballpark of differences between a dire wolf and a gray wolf, you think?
I mean, based on my understanding with these animals, there's even more of a difference in those. Like, I think it's a wider spread because it's not how the lineages have spread out seems to be even further back in time. And I think the domestication process probably influenced those changes in the wolf lineage more. Just again, because you're selecting for behavioral changes with domestication. And so
Okay.
it's probably undergoing a lot of genetic changes for that, where it's like you're leading to changes in behavior for these animals.
Between the dire wolf and the gray wolf, you mean?
Yeah. And then leading to modern day dogs as well, which is how we're inferring the gene function here.
Mm-hmm.
It leaves me a little less than impressed.
Which is disappointing because, like, we all want really exciting science news that pans out. Like, I want to have cool things that I can point to get people excited about science, and they're not. Doesn't seem like they're really delivering on that, and it's not ideal.
Yeah, I've been frustrated today because I was getting, Discord messages and tweets and Blue Sky messages and even other people's Discords like, hey, Blent, did you see this? Isn't this cool? Like, we brought back this animal. It's like, oh God. It's really like, it's cool if you think about you've taken a gene that hasn't been around for 10,000 years.
Sure, yeah.
And you've put it into an animal and now it's alive. So that gene is now maybe is alive. Mm-hmm. And that is cool. But you did not de-extinctify a dire wolf.
Right, yeah.
And even the white, there's one article saying the white coat is just because of Game of Thrones.
Oh, really? So
like not even about like there's nothing to back up that the white coat is actually due to the animal.
Because we don't actually know the coat color for dire wolves. Like we don't know what colors they were back in the Pleistocene. You'll see different reconstructions from different paleo artists with lots of different colors. We don't know what it is, so like giving it a stark white coat like that, yeah, it's a cosmetic choice that. Is that a Game of Thrones thing? I never watched it. Yeah.
I haven't seen it either, but there are like some of these news articles that have come out have also signified that I guess they've gotten word from the CEO Shapiro that was the reason why they made it. And I know the wolf that was announced today, the female Khaleesi, is named after one of the characters in the show.
Right. Okay. Yeah. As a paleontologist, this is kind of a side note, but I'm also just a little bit perturbed. Maybe this is just me being an old man yelling at clouds, but that it seems like a lot of folks aren't aware that dire wolves are a real animal during the Pleistocene. Like they're the most common large mammal from La Brea. We've got literally thousands of them from La Brea, and that's how I knew about dire wolves. I had no idea that they were also in like fictional media, and a lot of people assume that they're just like a fantasy creature and they're made up. Like that kind of blows my mind and kind of makes me a little bit sad. Like we need to do a better job as paleontologists of communicating these ideas to the public and getting them excited about all these really neat animals. If you can't get people excited about like a big carnivorous, animal from the dog family that preyed on bison and camels and ground sloths and maybe mammoths, then like, I don't know. It seems like such a low-hanging fruit, and so many people don't even realize that they're real. We need to do a better job as paleontologists, is what I'm saying. Yeah.
I don't think that's just a paleontology issue. I think it's like the naming system is sometimes taken out and like repurposed by different media sources. So it's like, y'all know like what your animal is, and it's just this change that's instituted because it's like thought of to be cool in the popular source. Like you've taught us, right? With like Velociraptor isn't actually Velociraptor.
The one from Jurassic Park is not Velociraptor,
which doesn't look like Utah Raptor.
It's Deinonychus, yeah.
They even better, right? It's Deinonychus on it.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah. I was hoping, Belen, we could also get you to talk about the differences between this direwolf colossal thing and then was it the Pyrenean ibex, which actually was briefly brought back from extinction? You're familiar with this, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Walk
I
us
can't
through those and
remember
let's
who
compare
was
them. Yeah.
it. Who was it that brought back? Let me bring who brought back the Pyrenean ibex. I can't remember. Was it a school that brought them back, or was it a company?
I want to say it was a research
on
lab,
that.
but I only have the vaguest recollection about this.
Yeah, I think it was a lab as well, which is why they actually we think that they actually brought them back. Let me see here. Just because I want to make sure I'm getting it right for
yeah. We appreciate that.
The party people here.
Trying to set a good example here. Make sure our information is legit.
Yeah, so it's a 2009 paper. Let me grab that for us and see if it's open access. Oh, it is.
Nice.
Oh, look at that.
All right.
You would hope from 2009 it would be open access.
Uh-huh. And it is beautiful.
But there we go. So it's first, and let me put it in the chat for y'all too. So we have shared chat on so that everyone can
this is
see
awesome.
each other's chats. This is super cool. So there is the takeaway message. So first birth of an animal from an extinct subspecies by cloning. They actually, this kind of gets at what, if y'all think of what is a species or not, because in this study too, it was you took the genetic information from thawed fibroblasts. So what that means is you actually had the cells of the extinct animal, right? You took out the genetic information and you put it into the embryo of a domestic goat. And so everything is actually the same except for the mitochondria. The mitochondrial is still from your domestic goat, and that we can get into a whole discussion of does that make it the same species or not. But it was the last living specimen of this animal went extinct in 2000. They cryopreserved it in 99. They implanted it into a goat oocyte, and then it was born, and it was totally fine, although it did end up dying very quickly after, and that was due to physical defects in the lungs and a couple of other organs.
Gotcha.
And
so it was born alive, but it only lasted a few hours, right?
Yeah. And it was, the suspicion of that is because and this wasn't known at the time, because the cloning process, actually, I think it was like in very early 2000 versus the paper was, it looks like it was 09. And actually, I'm surprised at the journal where it is, because it's such a niche journal. I would have remembered it would have been like a better higher end journal for it.
Theriogenology. I've never heard of this before. Is that like mammal genomes? Is that the idea? Yeah, because therio is that's a prefix that we often use for mammals. So like brontothere, calicothere. Ther means beast in either Latin or Greek. So I wouldn't be surprised if this is like about mammal genomics, specifically. But that's a guess. Again, I've never heard of this journal.
I'd half guess it's an MDPI predatory journal that I would think it's from. But it took a long time, and what we didn't know at that time of making this is that the epigenome structures change over time. So the 3D structure of the chromatin is going to be fundamentally different than it's going to, like, from this process than what it was in the actual animal. And that's, Lita actually popped her head in on the dire wolf article for a second too, is that it doesn't matter actually how close DNA sequence that you have. You need the gene expression to be similar between the two. And if they are not similar, that's due to the differences in the epigenetic state. So the 3D structure of the chromatin is going to be different because you need to have that information to kind of programmed in.
Okay.
And it looks like the cells that they took for these animals were de-differentiated into stem cell state, meaning you've erased kind of those marks that give it the 3D structure. So the extra information stored in the 3D structure that tells the DNA, this gene's going to be on, this is going to be off, wasn't there. And so then it's, I guess, not a surprise maybe that there were some like developmental issues. It does then mean that the dire wolf, right, is even more developmentally perturbed, right, or could be, because you're missing all of the epigenome stuff because you can't get it. You can't get it, right, because we don't have that.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah. Hey, can I be annoying for just a second and ask you to scoot to your left, I think? Because I was trying to... There, much better. On my screen... Oh, other way?
Other left?
Other left. Yeah, thank you. You might have your camera mirrored or something. But yeah, now you're actually fully on my screen. I was trying to mess with things to get you in frame, and it would not let me expand the window out further, so that's much better. Thank you, Balin. Yeah.
No, that's on. I should have... I have you right here next to me. You know, you would think I would just take a look.
No, but we're talking, we're having a conversation. We're focusing on each other. That's a good thing. Yeah.
Well, and friendship contract, I have to be modding during the same time too. So, you know, I'm also modding and making sure everything's good.
You got to think about renegotiating that contract because I don't have to mod in your channel. That's not fair.
I know. I still signed it without reading it. I was like, it's all good. I was like, whatever Danny says is good.
No, this is a lot of fun. I'm glad we could make this work impromptu like this. Yeah,
it's really disappointing. It's really like that's my big takeaway, unfortunately, is that we could have been focusing on, like with the media coverage, that you cloned a gene that was not in existence for 10,000 years.
That's so cool.
An animal was born with that gene. Yeah. Same thing with the woolly mammoth mice, because actually that paper was the exact same issue, right? That paper was like, we woolly mammofied this mouse. And if you look into it, I think it was like, again, like 10, 15 genes, something like that gave them a thicker coat and coat color. Again, it's cool, but the takeaway isn't that you've made a woolly mammoth mouse, it's that you've brought back a gene that has been extinct.
Which is a really cool accomplishment in and of itself. And 15 genes is actually kind of a lot, right? I think I remember reading somewhere that like a lot of these crazy differences that we see between different breeds of domestic dog, like from like a Chihuahua to a Great Dane, different coat colors, different sizes, snout shapes, that all comes down to like a handful of genes. It's like 3 or 4 or something like that. So modifying 14 or 15 genes, like that's a lot. That's impressive. And they could rest on those laurels. But that wouldn't be garnering as many headlines, I guess.
It's similar to, I know y'all have talked about it too on your stream. I think we've even talked about it on our collabs with George Church. Trying to bring back the woolly mammoth. You know, and he's over at Harvard. And actually, someone that y'all should look up is his wife. Tintin Wu is an incredible scientist. So she's also a professor at Harvard. And she looks at chromatin structure of flies and humans. And she invented this thing called chromatin paint, where you can mark an entirety of a chromosome and see it in 3D space. And she actually has samples that come back from space, and you get to see the differences in chromatin structure. So it's funny. Lita's always like, I actually think his wife is much cooler than George Church. But Church's argument is that he wants to make a woolly mammoth-like animal with the Asian elephant by changing 50 genes. And the idea is that you're going to introduce the features of woolly mammoth and the behavior of woolly mammoth into the Asian elephant.
Right.
And it's like, well, are you actually going to do that or not? And how do you test that with the gestation time, the maturity? He thinks that we need 40 animals for a breeding population to be established in Siberia. Right, so there's all these like extra reasons of like, ooh, is this gonna work? Is this not gonna work?
Right.
But even that, right, is framed as the argument that we're gonna bring back this animal in a lot of the popular media. But at least when you talk to him, and he's actually part of this company, which is the wink wink thing that no one's saying. When you talk to him, he's very clear. We don't want to bring back the woolly mammoth.
Right. We want to create a
he's like, we want to bring
facsimile.
in something that fills the
Yeah.
need. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Versus
like
it feels like these companies, the company press releases doesn't feel like
they're
it's
saying
kind of
it
the same.
is a direwolf when it's a modified gray wolf. It's not actually a direwolf.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's really important information to get across here, but it doesn't sound as exciting. So, yeah.
Do you know or have a suspicion as to what the benefit is for this kind of promotion?
I don't. Well, for the promotion, or I thought you were going to ask about the benefit to, ecology, to bring back dire wolves, which I don't think we even really understand what they were doing in that Pleistocene ecosystem. Like, what was their role? What are they eating? I don't know if we have a good understanding of that. Sorry, could you ask the question again?
No. Well, I mean, that was going to be a follow-up too, but just as like we were hypothesizing maybe it's like for potential investors. Like
that they're trying to hype this all up? Yeah, I'm sure it is, because I think most of their funding comes from venture capital. So
it's not government funding.
Yeah, it's like a tech startup essentially, and so they've got to, have really flashy press releases, and they're not trying to appeal to scientists; they're trying to appeal to like Silicon Valley investors and people like that. So yeah, it makes sense. And like I was talking about this earlier on my stream, even as scientists, we do have to kind of walk a tightrope sometimes in promoting our work, where we're trying to make it exciting and interesting for people, but also, you get too enthusiastic about things, and other scientists kind of look at you askance, and they go like, well, you're making some big claims here. That's something that we all have to deal with as scientists. But this is kind of it's on another level, There's a lot of hype around this.
It's even a tightrope after it's been peer reviewed. Is what I've seen in the past in our experience. Like, even if you have all the evidence in the world, it's like you don't want to go overboard. And I don't know, like it seems too unfortunate to me, because again, like highlighting that you've brought back a gene, and even like showing us what that gene does. Like, this is a gene from a dire wolf, and if we put it into a gray wolf, we get this. So it's like we then know what this 10,000-year-old gene was doing from an animal that diverged 6 million years ago. Yeah, right?
Yeah. And I don't know. I feel like a lot of you and me and a lot of other scientists would be much more amenable to hearing about this if that's what they led with, if that was the idea that they were communicating to the public. But because that is legitimately really cool. All this other stuff is, I don't know. There's so much hype here, and it's cool to have people excited about science in the general public, but if you're misleading them on any level, that could be really harmful. And we'll see how this plays out, I guess,
I can imagine that being a backlash too, of like, wait a minute, I thought you said that we have this animal. Or, right, this is the same company that wants to do the thylacine, the dodo, amongst others. Why are we like, why isn't that done yet? Why are you having difficulty with that? You just did this wolf, right? Like, and I think that's a fair question. But if you actually like take a step back and just talk about how difficult this technology is, and then also like break down the headline a little, where those 15 genes that or those edits, those 20 genetic changes in the 14 genes, 5 of those genes are actually in the coat color gene of a gray wolf. Right, so if you actually break down that number, it's even less.
Yeah, okay.
And so it's those changes are there, but 5 of the 14 were from the gray wolf, not from the de-extinctified animal. So it's just
got 9 basically.
It's unfortunate, yeah.
And I don't know. I also,
and it's not that 9 isn't cool. It's
it's fewer than 14.
Not sufficient, I feel. Yeah.
Their choice of direwolf as a study organism too, or as a critter to work on, is kind of baffling to me. Now that I know that it's a big thing in popular culture and will get people excited, it kind of makes sense. But when we think about bringing back Pleistocene megafauna, direwolf is never at the top of the list. It's probably not a keystone species. It's not like like bringing back the mammoth or something like that. Or even bringing back American camels. That's like an organism that used to be... Camels first evolved in North America, and they were a key part of the ecosystem. They were really widespread, very successful here. Then they went extinct about 10,000 years ago or so. Maybe due to human overhunting. We're not sure yet. But, like, people aren't going to be as excited about camels, but ecologically, that might be a better place to start. Yeah, because with direwolves, I don't think we have a really good sense for their ecology, how they're actually different from gray wolves and what they're eating, what kind of a niche they're filling in that ecosystem. So again, like the choice of that organism just feels a little like they're doing it for show rather than for reasons that are more scientifically defensible. I don't know.
Honestly, for show, if I got to pick with anything, I'd go with the dodo.
I mean,
I feel like that's still popular media, right?
And it's such a clear-cut case too of like, here's a creature that it existed on the island of Mauritius for like 5+ million years. You know, they were doing their thing for a long time, and then people show up and they're gone within less than a century. Like, that is absolutely 100% our fault. Those species, like dodos, had lived there for millions of years and weathered all kinds of different changes, climate changes, crazy storms, all kinds of upheavals like that. And then we show up and they're gone in like 80 years. So if we could atone for the sins of our fathers in that way, by bringing dodos back, like everybody would be in favor of that, you would think. But
I know
it's much more
one
difficult,
reason
though.
they don't. That's the thing, right? Is that there has been no real successful genetic modification of an egg.
Yep.
Even
Birds
nobody
can clone them yet.
The de-dinification, right, of the chicken back
The
to like
Dino
that
Chicken Project,
dinosaur like state.
Yeah.
There's still, right, there's all this like there's issues during development.
Yeah, well, and that's also just modifying chicken eggs. It's not... In order to bring back the dodo, they would need to have a surrogate parent. You need to insert genes into a bird egg, and nobody's been able to do that before. Nobody's been able to clone a bird because the egg is just too big, and I think the embryo starts off way too small in relation to the egg size. It's much tougher than it is in mammals.
Yep.
That's my understanding, at least. And so, yeah, I don't know. Everybody's rooting for for them to do the dodo, for them to resurrect that creature, to take a Nicobar pigeon, I think, and modify it, basically turn it into something superficially resembling a dodo. That would be incredible, but it's really tough. Like a wolf is low-hanging fruit compared to that.
The other thing too is if you, again, the cynic in me has difficulty on this, but if you believe the motive for George Church, one thing that he's promoting that will be learned from this is how to make an ex vivo uterus. So basically how to make just like that uterine, the artificial womb for whatever animal you're trying to clone. And then he also makes the translational claim to humans as well. And that would be the modern medical take of, if you have these high risk pregnancies, then you could grow in this external womb. You can see the development and make sure that everything goes well. You don't put mother at risk. You don't put baby at risk because they're under monitor. And this is leading to that technology. If the cynic in you isn't, so that's just a throwaway sentence, right? And that's kind of where I struggle on it, because it almost seems like a little bit of a pie in the sky kind of statement to say at this stage.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, it's I don't know. It's so far off too. It's like there's so many steps in between what they're doing now and being able to achieve that. I think it's important to have lofty goals, but yeah, I don't know. Where do you draw that line in between trying to get people really excited about some far off goal that might not be achievable and just sticking to the science? And here's what we do. We've got 9 genes that we inserted into a gray wolf, like we were talking about. Where do you draw that line? What's the balance that you strike between you know, way overhyping and kind of underselling, because I know underselling is it's the instinct of people like us oftentimes. That's how we're trained as scientists, to be conservative like that, you know.
I mean,
Yeah.
I think this cloning that we talked about, the previous paper, was probably undersold, right? Because you did bring back something that died out, and then you know, asking what that dying out's impact is if we bring it back. I think that could be like that was probably undersold, especially if it's just. I mean, no knock on this journal. I've never heard of it. I think you're right. The overselling is definitely where we are currently, because I still feel it could be very cool if done in the appropriate way, in terms of like where we are and maybe what the end goal is in the mission of what this company wants to do. But yeah, it's just like, again, it's kind of disappointing seeing this cover of Time magazine, right? Even the way they're saying it, the first to extinct in over 10,000 years, endangered species could be changed forever.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a big claim. It's a big claim. And we were talking about this earlier on my stream, that these technologies and these methods might hold a lot of promise for helping endangered species, but you never want it to turn into a situation where people use this as an excuse to not protect habitats that are around already, not protect species that are already around. The idea that, like, well, you know, we could always just bring them back from extinction if we happen to kill off all of them. Like, you never want that to be the line of reasoning there, and it was really important to guard against that. I don't know.
I mean, the human implications are quite wild, actually, right? To think about like what's gonna be the mindset, and that's a very, very dangerous one, right? Like, oh, we don't need to worry about taking care of species anymore because we could just de-extinctify them and it's fine.
Exactly. And that's an attitude that you hear a lot of here in the Bay Area, like with Silicon Valley. You hear tech people. I've heard people discussing this on the train, like going into San Francisco. Like, oh yeah, well, you know, pollution isn't that big a problem, you know, on Earth, because we're just going to move all of heavy industry into space, and you know, if we mess up the Earth too bad, we can always just move to Mars, you know. Like, people legitimately think that in some of these communities, and it's deeply frustrating. I don't know. You got to tour the Frozen Zoo at one point, right? What was that like?
We haven't been able to.
Oh, you haven't been there yet? Okay.
Yeah, we haven't yet been in the Frozen Zoo itself, but we've communicated with the staff there. We're hoping to do a tour maybe the next TwitchCon. They just, you know, we contact us next time you're kind of here, and we'll do it behind the scenes.
Nice.
But they did send us some photos, and it's very much just like your typical lab, where it's like lab benches and just a lot of freezers. So for those wondering, the Frozen Zoo is basically a location where we store genetic information of all species that are around today. And by this could be in cell lines, like for certain cell types, it could be tissue samples. And we've actually used that to bring back species from extinction. So biggest example right now is the black-footed ferret, right? We had 20 black-footed ferrets left in the wild. They were like, do we leave them and they all die, or do we bring them in and try to do a breeding program? And so they brought them in. 10 of them were fertile. That causes a huge inbreeding problem because there's not a lot of gene switching around. And so they actually cloned a ferret from the 70s that was alive then. It's now alive today, and so it's introducing genetic diversity. Unfortunately, she had an ovarian cyst and she was unable to reproduce, but that's not due to the cloning process. That's actually just due to ferret biology. Yeah, that's just something with ferrets. But they're trying to do that with the northern white rhino now. And that, I think, that still comes into question of if that's a real that species or not, because they are using a surrogate to deliver, meaning your mitochondrial genome, which is inherited from mom. They don't have just a stockpile of black-footed ferret embryos. They've got domestic ferret embryos they can implant in.
Right.
or southern white rhino embryos, and then who's going to carry the animal, right? What
Mhm.
animal is going to be the surrogate? Those are all questions of, well, is that really then the same species? Is that this like new
Yeah.
hybrid that you've made? And that honestly comes down to your definition. We've had some guest scientists on our stream that tell us there is no such thing as a species.
Right. Yeah.
He's just
Yeah.
he's just like it is just for humans to have nice little boxes that they can draw out.
We were just talking about that the other day on my stream. Yeah, the species have often very fuzzy boundaries. It's not like a cut and dry thing. It's yeah. And then even if you could absolutely bring back every detail of an extinct organism, like you've got every gene down to a T, that's I guess within the natural range of variation within that species or whatever. Even if you could get it to look exactly like it would have looked back before it went extinct, there's still certain things that you would not be able to bring back. Things like behaviors, things like a lot of creatures have what we call culture. You know, of like elephants that pass information down generation to generation, of like where to migrate during certain times of the year, where to find water, which areas to avoid, which predators to avoid. You've got like gut microbiomes and stuff like that. Like these are parts of an organism that a lot of people don't think about. But like, how is it going to be able to digest its food if it doesn't have the right kind of bacteria in its gut? That's something I always wondered about with Jurassic Park. It's like, here's these animals that haven't been around for 66 million years, and all of the bacterial species that were living in their guts, those are extinct now too. And you kind of can't live if you can't eat, if you can't digest your food. I don't know. In the case of if they're to like bring back mammoths, create a modified Asian elephant that's got mammoth traits. Yeah, I guess that would be easy enough because mammoths and Asian elephants are pretty close relatives. They might have some of the same gut flora, but maybe that doesn't work for living up in Siberia and eating the plants and grasses that are up there. These are all issues that you got to think about. Biology is complex. It's not simple. It's not like building a Lego set. There's so many different things going on, and I'm sure I don't even have a full understanding of that. Like
I don't think we do as like
geneticists?
scientists.
Yeah,
like because up until 3 years ago, it was thought fruit flies don't have this transmission of information across generations, and it turns out they do. Right? So if a bug has that,
right,
you would, you definitely believe like wolves, elephants will have these higher order complex behaviors that are passed on between generations as well. And then the epigenome, we know that involves in behavior, right? But we have we don't have the epigenome. I think we can get it. I think Church is trying to do it for woolly mammoth samples because they have specimens of cells. And so what that would mean is you can look at that 3D architecture of the chromatin and try to rebuild it.
Okay.
But like the wolves, I mean, there's no way to do that. And so we know some behaviors are genetically there. Some behaviors are epigenetically encoded, and other behaviors are learned from parent to offspring. I don't know how you're going to account for that. And that's the biggest thing, right? With George Church saying like, oh, we're going to clone the woolly mammoth and have them stomp down the permafrost. Is how do you, I don't even know how you predict that because we don't know genes in elephants that dictate their own behaviors that are around today.
Right.
Right.
Interesting. So there's like a lot of really basic scientific research that has to take place before we can reach for the really shiny, pretty thing. It's much more difficult. It's like you got to do that.
And honestly, like, where do the ethics come in, right? Like, is it ethical to work on an endangered animal like an elephant and figuring out like if I take out this gene, what changes? Independent of time and money, is it ethical to work on an animal that's endangered to the point an elephant is?
Right.
And presumably the perception of the world that an elephant has.
Yeah,
right, that hits an ethical point too.
I mean, these creatures have rich emotional and social lives. Like they're extraordinarily deep emotions in an animal like an elephant. And we kind of barely understand that. And it's so in some ways it's kind of one of the worst animals maybe to be doing work like this on. Elephants and maybe whales are like they're extraordinarily intelligent, thoughtful creatures. Yeah, but yeah, and I'm not trying to get the idea across that I'm absolutely against the very idea of this project. Like I think it's really cool and I wish them all the best of luck. But it's going to be extraordinarily difficult, and I feel like that idea is not getting across to the general public with stuff like this, like with Time Magazine here. No longer extinct. Dire wolves. They're back. Like they're not. They're not. It's going to be so much more difficult than that. Oh boy.
I think to be clear, you and I would not be talking about this if this wasn't interesting.
No, absolutely not.
Right.
No.
So
Yeah.
it's not that we're poo-pooing the research. Like
Not
to be
at all.
clear to chat, like it is not that it's not exciting. It's not that it's not cool. It's not that it doesn't have far-reaching implications for both an ethical side of things, for a technology side of things, for an environmental, all of it. Right. All of it's really cool. It's just it feels more like a used car salesman presenting it to us rather than a scientist to me. And that's, I think, important because, right, we already have so much mistrust in science. If someone picks this up and then it comes out, well, you know, in like a couple of days, well, you know, just kidding, it's only a couple of genes. Like, you could be undoing a lot of work that's being done by a lot of people to re-entrust in science only to have it be taken away. And no one's going to be like, well, this was a company, they've got an agenda. You're not going to look at those nuances.
People,
I know I wouldn't
in the general public,
unless
they're not
going to
make those distinctions. Yeah. You're totally right about that.
And nor should they.
Yeah, people don't have time for that for the most part. That's why we do what we do. We're trying to communicate complex subjects to a general audience and try and get people excited and informed. And sometimes this makes our job a little bit more difficult. If you were to, let's say you were in charge of this, Boleyn. I hope I'm not putting you on the spot too much. How would you go about this project here? How would you announce this to the public? Say you and Lita were able to pull this off in your garage, like a home laboratory, and you're gonna present it here on Twitch. How would you do that?
So
what would you lead with?
I think personally, the approach overall needs to be changed from this company, in my mind. So instead of just these one big splashy announcements, they need to have an active series of announcements coming out of just explaining the fundamentals of what's going on. Because if, you know, my dream would be to be able to say, hey, we brought back a gene or a cluster of genes that were from 10,000 years ago that were last seen on Earth. But the only way to have folks understand that and be accessible is you have to define what a gene is, right? You have to define why genes go extinct, the different, like all these fundamentals and the groundwork needs to be laid, and they just don't do that. Right. And so at the end of the day, my dream announcement of, hey, we brought back genetics from an animal that's been extinct for 10,000 years, the implication of that's going to be lost because you're not putting in the legwork. You're putting in the sensationalized news piece to be able to get a bunch of money, like from the next group. And yeah, you can go talk to Joe Rogan and tell him the same thing. But I've watched the Joe Rogan interviews and does not ask these questions. It's very much like, oh, you brought back a wolf, and then that's what's being clicked on. And it's just being led in the wrong direction, I feel. And so, well, I'm pretty sure Lita and I would both, number one, we're not ready to do this publication because I want to see the data. I think even if you're going and patenting these things, you need to show off what is the science behind what you did, what's the genetics behind it, what does that mean, how to interpret it, like very fundamentally lay it out. Like, this is for the popular media, and then here we have the science as well. I think that would be very critical to be able to do. I get it's a company. I get they got to make their money, so you can't give away everything. but you can get enough away to ensure that this is like above board, right? Like, what's the failure rate of the gene? How many embryos did we go through? What worked? What didn't? Like, right? Is it that it's 3 wolves out of 30, 300? Like, we don't even have these metrics, right? And so that, I think, also makes me cautious of how excited we should be.
Well said. I'm so glad we were able to talk about this and to get your perspective on it, Belen, because I've been wondering all day what you think about this, and I don't have to wonder. This is so cool that we could just talk about it.
I really like the drop-in feature. I think we should just use it more. We should just like knock on each other, be like, "Hey, what do you think of this paper?" Because that's right.
Yeah.
That's the cool part, is like bridging communities and just like expanding on the fact that we, you know, even if we're in agreement on a topic, you and I have very different thoughts about, just because of our training, right? Of our expertise,
Different angles
and like
of approach,
what even defines a species. Yeah, like that. It's going to be fundamentally different from a paleontological perspective versus a geneticist perspective versus, I mean, anyone else's perspective too. And so it's really, really exciting to be able to note these differences and be able to talk about it and just bring it more to top of mind too.
Right. Yeah. Should do more of these. I'm I'm excited about that idea, Belen. Yeah. I got to go run to the bathroom in a minute, so I should probably get back to my stream. But thank you for your time. I really appreciate it. And hello to everybody in Science Streams' chat. Thanks for putting up with me for a few minutes here. Probably felt like longer than that.
And thank you. Yeah, I gotta. Apparently, there's a dad Appa emergency, so I need to grab Munchkin and rock her to sleep. She does not want to. She needs Apu to rock her to sleep. So I will also take a BRB and rock the little one to sleep. And for my folks too, please go follow Danny. He is the reason why we're on Twitch. He's our inspiration. He's the single greatest science communicator on Twitch, YouTube, and the entirety of the internet. This man makes people fall in love with science once again. And Danny, thank you for everything you do, so that, honest to God, we can be here doing what we do.
I appreciate you more than you know, Belen. Holy cow, I don't know what to say. You're making me blush. And thank you for helping legitimize science here on Twitch. You and Lita are doing incredible work, and it's such a privilege to share this platform with you. So, thank you.
Right back at you, my friend. We'll see you soon, Danny.
See you later. Bye, Blen.
Thank you.
All right, there we go. Close that. That was a lot of fun, everybody.
What's science ever done for us? TV off.
R2 Moose, thank you for the follow, RD Moose. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. That was great. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. We should do more of those. I love that feature exists. The whole knock collaboration thing. I do feel like it's an improvement over Stream Together, the previous kind of feature that served as a very similar purpose. That's neat. I love that's possible to do an impromptu collaboration like that. We should be doing more of that. That's a ton of fun. Yeah. Anyway, we are going to read we're going to look at what some other paleontologists are saying about the whole dire wolf thing. Paleontologists and science communicators. In just a moment here, but I need to go use a little paleontologist room. Gotta go heed nature's call for a minute. So, let's see. What's the best way to... Should we do a previously recorded Danny video, or should I play that 65 trailer? What do you say, chat? Let's just do a previously recorded Danny video. For anybody who might be new here, if you're wondering why in the world a paleontologist is here on Twitch in the first place, well, I'm going to call forth a good friend of... Hang on. Goodness. Can have another drop in real quick. This time from previously recorded Danny. He's going to explain to you what this channel is all about, who I am, all that stuff. So hang tight. I'm going to be back in just a couple minutes, but for right now, I'll leave you in the very capable hands of previously recorded Danny. Go ahead and take it away. Well, thanks, present day Danny.
Well, if you happen to be new around here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. You may well be wondering to yourself, well, if this is Twitch, then where are the video games? I'm gonna level with you here. I don't really do much in the way of video games. I'm a paleontologist. My name is Danny Anduza, and dinosaurs are my area of study. But how in the world does a paleontologist end up on Twitch? Well, you're about to find out.
When I finished high school, I moved to Montana and immediately started work at Museum of the Rockies, which at the time was an unparalleled powerhouse of paleobiology. That program was built by this guy.
Famed paleontologist Alan Grant.
Well, kind of.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those movies.
And they said that the guy Alan Grant was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
Meet Jack Horner, the real-life Alan Grant. He's one of the most prominent and controversial paleontologists in the country, a dyslexic MacArthur Foundation genius who never finished college and who says he doesn't care why dinosaurs went extinct. To him, the important part is how they lived.
It was at Museum of the Rockies, under the auspices of Jack Horner, that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. And a huge part of that I learned by working with Jack's final graduate student, a guy by the name of Denver Fowler, who would later go on to become curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. Working with Denver, I did summer after summer of fieldwork in the remote Badlands of Montana. Together, we dug up more dinosaurs than we knew what to do with, at fossil sites numbering in the hundreds. In 2012, I discovered a new species of ceratopsian dinosaur, hopefully soon to be published. The next year, we excavated the world's smallest and youngest Tyrannosaurus rex. Then, we dug up a brand new ankylosaur.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
So we found its head, and we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
Not bad, right? Well, anyway, much like my fieldwork, my research also focuses on dinosaurs.
For example, here's Triarchunkus, the last of the Alvarezsaurs, just published in July of 2020.
One of my current projects focuses on Spinosaurids. I can't really talk too much about that until it's a little bit closer to publication, so stay tuned for that.
Anyway, let's get back to how I ended up on Twitch. A couple years ago, things in Montana were declining rapidly, so I picked up and moved on to greener pastures. I'm so glad I did.
And with that new perspective, I also realized that I have very little patience with the soul-crushing bureaucracy within academia. So for the time being anyway, I decided to take my career in a slightly different direction.
I got hired for a job in early childhood education. As a teacher, I get to have a positive impact on kids' lives and help them find a passion for science. Then, when COVID-19 showed up, the school had to close. But that didn't stop the teaching or the learning. We just moved online.
All right, friends. So we're going to be looking at a book in a little bit, but I thought we'd start off with a song. 3, 2, 1. Oh, give me a home
where the hadrosaurs roamed, where triceratops bellowed and grazed, where erosion uncovers bones we seek to discover, for to strike the whole world amazed. Home on a range,
where the deer and the antelope play,
where seldom is heard a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day. It was a pretty easy jump from teaching online to
to streaming on Twitch. I had my first broadcast in May, and I've been on here ever since. Now, I believe pretty strongly that any good scientist should also be a public servant. In my opinion, talking to everyday people about her science is one of the most important things that a researcher can do. I now have a golden opportunity to reach out directly to people where they are.
This is what I'm all about. And now, thanks to Twitch, I get to share it with you. And I'm so happy to be able to do so.
It's my intention to continue this mission of education by answering your questions, providing good science content, and working to grow this channel. And if you could help by following, or if you could afford it, by subscribing, I would be deeply grateful.
So anyway, to my regular viewers, thank you again for sitting through this. To everybody who's new, welcome. I'm genuinely, earnestly glad that you're here. And I hope you stick around. We've got a remarkable little community here, and I'd be delighted if you join us. Anyway, let's go ahead and get back into it. So, present day Danny, back to you.
Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny, and thank you, everybody, for sitting through that while I went to go perform some necessary bodily functions. I'm holding it for like almost 5 hours at that point. To kind of wrap up our discussion around the whole colossal direwolf thing, let's see what some paleontologists and people involved with fossil science are saying about it. A lot of this is going to be a lot more strident than what I was saying, but I want to give you a sense for what other people in the paleontological community are thinking and feeling and saying. So here's Jacqueline Gill here on Blue Sky Island. She says colossal bioscience did not revive direwolves, despite a sensationalist Time magazine cover story. Making genetically modified animals that are cosplaying as extinct species is not de-extinction. And yeah. Regadactylus says I was immediately thinking of Dr. Gill's response. Yeah. Here's a link to this right here, by the way. There we go. And Riley Black, who I was actually on a panel with her just a couple weeks ago on here, let me find that. But she does a lot of writing about paleontology for a general audience. I think she's done some paleontological work herself. I know she's done field work and stuff. There we go. PaleoStream. Ago. Nope, different one. I'm not sure if it's up yet. That's okay. Anyway, Riley Black says, direwolves are not close relatives of gray wolves. I think this is still... I don't know. I don't have a horse in this fight. I don't have a canid in this fight, either. I don't know. The paleomammalogists are fighting. There's some researchers who say that, yeah, it should be Canis dirus. These are closely related to, modern wolves and dogs. But I think more recent work, maybe the general consensus is tilting toward an idea that, no, these are earlier divergent. See that perspective here. Direwolves are not close relatives of gray wolves. They last shared a common ancestor more than 5 million years ago. What Colossal has done is making something new and slapping a direwolf sticker on it as if an organism equals a hypothetical genome. And I'm a subscriber to Scientific American, but... There, this is from 2021. Not super relevant anyway. Or not... Here. I bet you I can find something even... more relevant. Let's see here. Did Riley actually write an article about this? Or maybe I was just seeing that tweet and assuming that it was an article. that Blue Sky post or whatever. That's a burn there too. Oh boy. If I wanted to see an extinct species come back scrungled and wrong, I'd watch a Jurassic World movie. Oof. Oof. Oh boy. Headshot. Yowza. Anywho,
Anonymous just gifted 20 subs.
holy cow, Anonymous Gifter, thank you for those 20 subs right there. I really appreciate that. Holy cow. Thank you kindly. Really appreciate that, Anonymous Gifter. You are as generous as you are mysterious. Thank you for giving the gift of ad-free paleontologizing viewing. 20 different chatters for the next month. Plus they get all those emotes. These, you know the drill. Thank you, Anonymous. Appreciate you. And we're even closer to our goal now. 79 out of 200. We might make it this week. That's fantastic. Yeah. Here we've got Asher Albeen, who also does some really good science communication work. Often writes about paleo in places like the New York Times. He says, would anyone like to tell the people involved here that dire wolves are not in any sense wolves? Not even remotely part of Canis, in fact, at all? He says that with a lot of confidence. Maybe the consensus on that is stronger than I realize. Being a dinosaur person, not being within this milieu. Yeah. This is a genuinely troubling miss from the New Yorker, and not a bit of unfact-checked pedantry either. It cuts to the heart of the entire project. These exercises are creating chimeras based on very little apparent interest in the actual nature of the animals nominally being resurrected. He says, I am extremely concerned by how credulous this article is. The easy, glib invocation of indigenous peoples mixed with the clearly more important fact that direwolves are a pop culture icon fills me with deep and visceral loathing. This is from the article. As for the dire wolf, Lem told me that the decision to put it in the front of the line was not because the company was impatient with this difficult marquee project. Could have fooled me. In 2023, at a two-day conference with the team heads and Colossal's advisory board scientists, the attendees had whiteboarded what other animals might fit their guidelines for de-extinction. I hate this about the New... okay, pet peeve about the New Yorker is this. The little, double dots umlaut thing that they do over double vowels is completely unnecessary and pretentious and just bugs the heck out of me. De-extinction. They've got to... get over yourself. They do the same thing for the word cooperate or re-examine. Anyhow, sorry. Getting distracted here. Colossal's advisory board scientists, the attendees had whiteboarded what other animals might fit their guidelines for de-extinction, and the dire wolf had generated a lot of enthusiasm. Lamb said that he had recently been visiting with people from indigenous tribes, and many spoke of missing wolves, which had been central to their cultures. Yet they're talking about gray wolves. They're talking about Canis lupus. They're not talking about Anocyon dirus. That animal died out 9,000 years ago, at least. There was this desire to bring back what they called the Great Wolf, he claimed. I don't know, that seems incredibly, condescending and just using Native American peoples as, I don't know, a convenient pawn here. I really don't like that. That's really frustrating. Another reason, on top of that, and this is really important, Lamb said, was that direwolves are a top-line talent in pop culture. They aren't just in Game of Thrones. Direwolves have had starring roles in the video game World of Warcraft, the collectible card game Magic: The Gathering, and the role-playing game Dungeons and Dragons. Then added the Grateful Dead even have a song called Direwolf. Yeah, okay. That's a little bit... yeah. The music is a tad... Let me just skip this song. It's going to be this one track is a little bit louder. Anyhow. That's frustrating. That's really frustrating. So to be clear, what we have here is not even a chimera between the actual, not a wolf, direwolf, and modern wolves. It's the creation of a wolf that mimics some aspect of direwolf genetics to create something that we imagine direwolves to have been and, crucially, were not. I mean, they're claiming that they're able to actually bring back these genes, but... to hear Asher say it here, they're not even doing that. Scientists then rewrote 4 key genes in the cell's nucleus to match those of the direwolf. No ancient direwolf DNA was actually spliced into the gray wolf's genome. Yeah, that much is obvious. It's cool to have an object lesson in exactly how the media would have covered InGen and John Hammond, I suppose. I say that's not with scorn, but humility, as it can happen to any of us, but this reporter got rolled. Anywho. Interesting. Here's a link to that post right there, if you're on Blue Sky. Yeah. Huh. Anyway, yeah. And yeah, Gay Hibiscus makes a really good point that, yeah, people from... yeah, people who are part of modern Native American tribes, these are not the same people who existed on this continent 10,000 years ago. Like, languages, cultures, all of this would be unrecognizable. You know, it's... yeah, it's so frustrating. Yeah. Anywho. And there's gonna be more of this too. When we look at, yeah. Continuing with what Jacqueline Gill was saying. Even in the article in Time admits there aren't actually direwolves. Scientists then rewrote for... okay. They are selling you de-extinction, but are creating genetically modified animals with some traits of an unrelated extinct species. The description of how it was done, of planned C-sections and removing the pups from their dog surrogate mother because she became too attentive, makes me ill. I've devoted my life to Ice Age ecosystems, and I feel an acute responsibility to tell the stories of extinct species and to help people to know them better. To see this work being done with such a casual disregard not only for the truth but for life itself is genuinely abhorrent to me. Yowza. So there you go. I think... Lyle Landley there. Anywho. Yeah. So here's Ben Miller here. Yeah, exhibit developer at the Field Museum, somebody who works in paleo. So they certainly made some sort of GMO wolf, but it's fundamentally not a dire wolf, a few key points. The article is sparse on details, but apparently the company took a gray wolf blood sample made just 20 edits and 14 genes, grew an embryo in the lab, and then inserted the embryo into the womb of a hound mix surrogate. It's a dog. Surrogate mother. Let's assume for the moment that the base claim is true, that direwolf DNA differs from grey wolf DNA in only these 20 ways. This still requires some kind of genotype essentialist species concept, where no continuity of heredity required. I don't buy that. I agree. Meanwhile, the extinct direwolf, Anacyon dirus, are not closely related to wolves. I keep hearing this again and again, so maybe there is a stronger consensus on this than I realized. They diverged over 5 million years ago, and are more closely related to South American canids. This was made very clear by the genome research this company is building on. These pups were the first to reproduce a howl that hadn't been heard on Earth in over 10,000 years. There is no indication that any of the genes they modified were related to a particular kind of howl, much less that this howl is identical to the one direwolves produced. And Tom Holtz. Beat him to it here. We'll click on that in a minute. Anyway, cool GMO wolf, I guess. As for the environmental claims, Schiffman covered it better than I can. David Schiffman's another person I follow who does a shark marine biologist. This is an expensive zoo animal, not something that could ever be the basis for a new wild population. And Tom Holtz says, let's see detailed CT scans of these individuals, especially skulls and teeth. If they don't match the fossils, then it is definitely not a dire wolf. Well said. Yeah. And I think we'll leave that there. A paleontologist perspective, quintessentially paleontological, morphological perspective. If you're claiming it's a direwolf, let's do a scan of these direwolves' noggins from Colossal and compare them to our fossil direwolves. See if they look anything alike. Fair. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Good stuff. And with that, do we want to do Marsh Madness real quick? I kind of promised that we would, so we're gonna do it. I'm gonna stick to my word there. How could I not? Did post this earlier. Marsh Madness later. Dryosaurus versus Stegosaurus and Ceratosaurus versus Allosaurus. We have Allosaurus, Ceratosaurus, and Stegosaurus in our background today. Let's do it. We're gonna do some quick matchups here. And let me pull up our current bracket. There it is there. Here's our official results thus far for Marsh Madness. Let's get into it. For those of you who are new to Marsh Madness, this is something we started last month. It didn't end up finishing. We're going to finish it this week. But we are looking at 16 different dinosaurs named by America's first professor of paleontology, Othniel Charles Marsh. He named a ton of your favorite dinosaurs. Allosaurus, Stegosaurus, Diplodocus, Brontosaurus, Triceratops, Torosaurus, Ankylosaurus, Camptosaurus, Dryosaurus. Truly the king of dinosaurs, Dryosaurus. We'll be talking about these guys today. First, I think maybe we'll do Allosaurus versus Ceratosaurus here. Allosaurus last week, or maybe the week before, beat Camptosaurus to move on to the next round. Ceratosaurus beat Apatosaurus and a kind of a squeaker. So we've got Allosaurus versus Ceratosaurus. Again, these two dinosaurs here, Allosaurus and Ceratosaurus. Both of these two dinosaurs come from the same time and the same place. They were what we call coeval. They lived in the same environment at the same time. They would have been neighbors, you might even say,
And they were roommates.
Oh my god, they were roommates.
Yeah, they lived together in the same environment. Allosaurus and Ceratosaurus. Allosaurus did tend to be larger than Ceratosaurus. Allosaurus actually gets really big. Yeah. we've got a lot of depictions of these two dinosaurs together. This is actually really nice. This is a matchup for the ages. Allosaurus and Ceratosaurus. Those aren't terrible depictions, I suppose. But both these dinosaurs lived in the latest Jurassic Morrison Formation of North America. Both big meat eaters. Allosaurus far more common than Ceratosaurus. Ceratosaurus is very rare compared to Allosaurus. But yeah, two big meat eaters. Do the Jurassic Fight Club. Is there a Jurassic Fight Club episode with Allosaurus and Ceratosaurus? Jurassic Fight Club, oh boy. Allosaurus versus Ceratosaurus, apparently. And there's Tom Holtz right there. Well, well, well. Oh boy. 20. No, what? Ceratosaurus is not around for 20 million years. Oh boy. Whoa, awesome, bro. Anyway, you get the idea. But these two have met up in real life, certainly. After all, they were roommates, right? But in several pop culture depictions, you do have both of these dinosaurs facing off against one another. Here, let's just look at them individually real quick. I think most people are familiar with both of these dinosaurs, at least to a certain extent. Allosaurus here is the most common big predatory dinosaur in the Morrison Formation. Sometimes called the Lion of the Jurassic. Kind of a goofy name, but you hear these, that term bandied around sometimes in documentaries and stuff. I've even heard some dinosaur researchers use it. We've got at least 2 valid species of Allosaurus nowadays, possibly 3 or more. This is Allosaurus gimadsoni, and we have Allosaurus fragilis as well. They might be separated in time, so there could be an anagenetic lineage there, or there's the possibility that you've got 2 species of Allosaurus living at the same time and the same place. We're still kind of figuring that out. But what to say about Allosaurus? Pull this up real quickly. From life on our planet.
To the age of dinosaurs.
You gonna run from an Allosaurus? Looking a little bit goofy there.
Allosaurus. Nearly 9 meters long. It's one of the largest predators on land in these early days of the dinosaur's reign.
Crocodile scutes on top. I don't like that. Fungal treats this as little hands. Those are bigger than your hands for sure.
It probes for opportunity. But it's not the adults it's after.
Why is he so bottom heavy? It's a good question.
This Allosaurus is looking for much easier prey.
Yeah, we don't have any evidence that they had scutes on their backs like this. That's like a weird weird choice.
The
that they made here.
Allosaurus will make quick work of the baby.
Not the baby.
Find her. The Allosaurus has keen senses,
A lot of the dinosaur depictions here are not the
is
greatest.
masking any clues to the baby's location.
Anywho, Allosaurus, much better depiction of Allosaurus. I wonder if they have them in Prehistoric Kingdom. This is a wonderful park building game, but again, what we want is a depiction of the dinosaur here, not the whole park building part. And we've got copyrighted music, so I'm gonna take that out of the VOD, but yeah, there we go. Allosaurus. Here's a lovely depiction of Allosaurus. Really well done. I wonder if this is in the official game or if this is like some sort of modification. But yeah. Probably a very adaptable animal. Find it in all different parts of the Morrison Formation. Most common big meat eater. These guys, they're probably eating all different kinds of prey. Especially at different stages of life. Yeah. Not a bad depiction. Not a bad depiction of Allosaurus. Yeah, here. Allosaurus. There we go. There's one of my favorite depictions of this critter. I like that a lot. Allosaurus. Brilliant. Yeah. Very cool. Formidable animal. And then our challenger is Ceratosaurus. So Ceratosaurus, in our tournament, is seeded... it's a tier 5, just below Allosaurus, which is number 4 seed. Ceratosaurus is far rarer than Allosaurus. That characteristic horn on the nasals there is what makes this dinosaur, I think, so charismatic. I'll show you right here. This is actually a sculpt that I did a few years back. So I tried to base this on real fossil specimens, but I had a design challenge here in that I had to have the back of the skull be much wider than it would be in life, unfortunately, because it had to be able to fit over my own skull here. This is part of a Halloween costume that I did back in since 2021, I think? 4 years ago now, almost? Nuts. Here we go. I will show yous. Here we are. Here's my tip. If you want to get out of jury duty, dress as a dinosaur. Dress up like a dinosaur.
Oh my gosh, I love it. Wow.
Yeah, yeah. You'll get dismissed every time. And I think it's because lawyers, most of them have seen Jurassic Park, in the movie, in law school. They know what happens to the lawyer in that movie. And they've seen what happens to the lawyer in that movie. Not a Ceratosaurus, but, you know, another big theropod. They don't want that happening to them. So if you're dressed as a dinosaur, they'll just instinctively send you home. So there you go. It's true. Try it next time you want to get out of jury duty. Yeah. Anyhow. There you go, Hans Sanitizer. Yeah. Sweetie Pie, I really can't have you over here right now. We gotta do Marsh Madness. I really need to be wrapping up this stream. Thank you, Sweetie Pie. Anyhow, Ceratosaurus. We've already gone over the original scientific papers for both of these guys on previous streams, so I don't have to do that right now. So I think what we'll do is let's talk about Allosaurus versus Ceratosaurus. There we go. I'll show you a clip from when dinosaurs roamed America, with Ceratosaurus trying to catch and eat one of our dinosaurs from this next round coming up in just a minute, Dryosaurus. So Allosaurus and Dryosaurus here. Ceratosaurus. Oh boy. Dryosaurus gets away. And Allosaurus just wrecked that Ceratosaurus there. Will this be what happens in our matchup? Well, both of these dinosaurs are, neither one is, this is not going to be a fatal matchup. But now, chat, you'll get to vote on who you would like to see advance to the next round. Would you like to see Allosaurus or Ceratosaurus continue? And then right after this, we'll have Stegosaurus versus Dryosaurus. So let's go ahead and do that. Here, I'm going to pull up an Allosaurus image here. That's a pretty decent one. Oh, this one's even better. Yeah. From like a coolness standpoint, anywho. That'll work. Now we'll do Ceratosaurus. That's a good one there. I like it. I think this is the same one that we used before on a different deck. So, let's set up a poll real quick. And it'll be your chance to vote on who you'd like to see continue. Allosaurus versus Ceratosaurus. Ceratosaurus and Allosaurus. Do 3 minutes there. And let's start the poll. Here we go. View results. And here we go. Let me pull up some appropriate music. What do we have there? There we are. So far, Allosaurus is in the lead, 17 to 12. We'll see if Allosaurus can hold on to that lead there. Here's Allosaurus. And then Ceratosaurus here. It is smaller than Allosaurus. Let's try and size them more or less consistently here. A little bit smaller for you, Ceratosaurus. There we go. So Allosaurus in the lead, 20 to 15. With about half of our time left, about a minute and a half. 21 to 15, Allosaurus furthering that lead. Here comes Ceratosaurus, 2 more votes, now 17 to 21. We've got Salamander and Patrick Crusader rooting for Ceratosaurus. Ceratosaurus looks more interesting, says Helvetica Scenario. Son of Austerlitz says, I smell another draw. We shall see. Still 17 to 21 here. You're doing your part, Regadactylus? Okay. Let's see. We've got like a quarter of our time left. Ceratosaurus sneaking up just a little bit, 19 to 23 now. Allosaurus still winning by 4 points at the present moment. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead here. 3 horns versus 2, says Salamander. Allosaurus has a reputation, so probably not, says Son of Austerlitz. I don't know, it's now 21 to 24. Ceratosaurus just down by 3 now. Allosaurus people, if you don't want your critter to lose here, you know what to do. We've got about 15 seconds left. Ceratosaurus sneaking up 22 to 25. Allosaurus picked up another point, 26 to 22 now. And I think Allosaurus might walk away with this one. And there we go, final seconds. 28 to 22. Allosaurus is our winner. Well done, Allosaurus. Allosaurus will be advancing to the next round. Congratulations, Allosaurus. That was a close one. It certainly was, but Allosaurus will be moving on to our next round here. Excellent. Let's go ahead and modify our official results bracket here to reflect this. Allosaurus takes the W, says Alexander Morrison. Yes, indeed. And Allosaurus is also nice, Gojira. Absolutely. Yeah, very charismatic dinosaur. There we go. And was that the Murmurs? I don't know. RCS3. You're talking about the band. It could be a cover of one of their songs. A lot of the music that I have here is like kind of unofficial covers from YouTube and such. But welcome, RCS3. It's good to have you here. So, what to do here is let's grab that. Sorry, Ceratosaurus will be going home today. Which means that Allosaurus is our winner. Right there. Allosaurus will be moving on to the next round. There we go. let's go ahead and circle this round right here in a way that's legible. There we go. Let's take that and oh wait, shoot, what did I just do? Edit. Oh, whatever, it's fine. Grab that and move it. There we go, that works. Okay. But we've got one more round here. Or one more matchup, Stegosaurus versus Dryosaurus. Let's go ahead and do that. Of course, on my bracket, I predicted that Dryosaurus was going to win the whole thing. Let me show you that. We shall see. I kind of did this tongue-in-cheek, but that's not it. Further down. There we go. This is my prediction. I've already been incorrect. I do not have anything close to a perfect bracket. I did have Allosaurus winning that round, but I also had Barosaurus beating Torosaurus. That didn't pan out. Nodosaurus ended up beating Ornithomimus. I was wrong about this one too. But we could still end up with Dryosaurus winning the whole thing. So let's see here. We've got Stegosaurus versus Dryosaurus. So let's have a real quick matchup here. Say a few words about both of these competitors. Stegosaurus, of course, is one of the most popular dinosaurs as far as the general public is concerned. It is one of the very largest and most distinctive of all the stegosaurs. It gave its name to that entire group. Stegosauria is named after, of course, Stegosaurus, and here's a lovely depiction of it right here. Beautiful animal, very charismatic. It's kind of one of the big 5 or 6 dinosaurs that are known to the populace at large. You know, in your pantheon of the most popular dinosaurs, Stegosaurus is up there. And it's one of many people's very favorite dinosaurs. Really charismatic. Those dorsal plates and the spikes on the end of the tail, truly iconic. And it is one of those dinosaurs that it does have some superlatives. It's one of the last of the stegosaurs. It's one of the biggest. It's got a lot of merits, this critter. It's got a lot of merits. Everybody knows Stegosaurus. What more can you say about this animal? Especially as we're trying to wrap up the stream. However, some would say it pales in comparison to one of the most iconic, one of the most formidable, one of the most extraordinary of all dinosaurs. It is, of course, hang on, I'm trying to find the clip. Bear with me. It is, of course... No, not Tradoon. Dryosaurus! That's not why they're called Dryosaurus. Well, that is John Goodman Rhacodactylus, yes. Yeah. Uh-oh. Ceratosaurus, who was just eliminated in our last round. And these beaky plant-eating dinosaurs, Dryosaurus, these classic ornithopods. Run, Dryosaurus, run! Run, run, run! You'll have to watch When Dinosaurs Roamed America to find out what happens. Forget the fact that I just showed you a clip earlier that showed the mother Dryosaurus with only one baby. Don't think about that. Hold on to that suspense. And let that drive you forth as we hold our matchup between the almighty Dryosaurus and, of course, comparatively humdrum Stegosaurus. No joke, Dryosaurus was one of my favorite dinosaurs when I was a kid. I think particularly because of When Dinosaurs Roamed America. I don't know. Just really relate to those Dryosaurs just doing their best to survive in a cruel world. I'm not saying my childhood was like that, it wasn't. But I just really felt for them, you know? Do we have them in Prehistoric Kingdom? We do.
A Dryosaurus. Quite elegant, don't you think? They're especially cute as babies when they have big eyes and stubby noses, just like a puppy. They originally inhabited forested areas of the late Jurassic, with their name literally translating to tree lizard.
Yep, tree or oak lizard. Dryosaurus. Everybody loves Dryosaurus. To know Dryosaurus is to love Dryosaurus. Well, what's cool about these guys is that they're not rare, but they're not super common either. But we do have, I think, eggs and babies of them. So we've got a pretty good understanding of how they change through ontogeny, much better than for Stegosaurus. So if you're interested in dinosaur ontogeny, how dinosaurs change and develop through their individual lifespans as they grow from hatchling to adult, Dryosaurus should pique your interest then. Yeah. Praise be Dryosaurus. Agreed, Gay Hibiscus. Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, with that said, let me get a nice illustration of Dryosaurus here. Maybe from, there we go, Prehistoric Kingdom. That should work. Yeah. Lovely. And then we'll get our PNSO Stegosaurus. Yeah, not to scale in this picture. It's a decent one. I like that one. A little grainy though. I think we can do better. Fine, let's get one with a baby, even though that's kind of cheating. Stegosaurus is going to need all the help he can get in this matchup against our favorite Dryosaurus here. New poll. You ready, chat? Stegosaurus versus Dryosaurus. Dryosaurus, Stegosaurus. So again, I want you to vote according to who you would like to see advance to the next round, because that's really what this is about. You could pick which dinosaur you think looks cuter, or smaller, or bigger, or meaner, or friendlier, or whatever. Whatever criteria you'd like to pick, that's up to you. But the main thing to think about is which one of these would you like to see on tomorrow's stream advance to our next round, because, well, shoot, we are going to be coming down to our final rounds in just a couple days. Here we go right here. Yeah. Who would you like to see go against Allosaurus, and then go against the winner from the Cretaceous and Miscellaneous Conference over here? That is what I want you to think about. With that, Stegosaurus versus Dryosaurus. Let's begin our poll now. Begin. View results. There we are. And there's Dryosaurus. Oh, get out of here, Allosaurus. And Ceratosaurus. This is about Stegosaurus. And this is about Dryosaurus. There we go. So far, Stegosaurus winning handily, 36-9. How could this be? Dryosaurus. Dryosaurus, I thought you were gonna win this one. I got so much money riding on Dryosaurus right now. Chat, you're gonna bankrupt me. 11-41. Stegosaurus is running away with it. Oh boy. 41-11 now. Stegosaurus winning by 30 points. This is going to be a blowout. Oh, come on, we've got half our time left. Come on, Dryosaurus, come on. Everybody loves Stegosaurus. It's true, Hizanku. I took all of my money out of the stock market about a month ago. Wise move. I put it all on Dryosaurus. We'll see whether or not that's a wise move. Oh boy. Gojira says we're protecting Dryosaurus by sending him home early. There you go, Hibiscus, yeah. Dryosaurus has to pull back for a win. Best comeback dinosaur? We'll see. Mr. Snipes, we shall see. Here. Stegosaurus and Dryosaurus. I don't know if Dryosaurus can come back from this. 42-14. Stegosaurus, a clear and formidable lead there. This is, oh man. I should have known. Stegosaurus. Our number 1 seed, and Dryosaurus, I think, our number 16. Stegosaurus has won the whole... There we go. Stegosaurus has beat Dryosaurus. Dryosaurus is going home. With that, folks, we're going to update our bracket, and I'm going to eat my words, I guess. Stegosaurus here is moving on to the next round. There we go. Dryosaurus. I'm so sorry, Dryosaurus.
Dinosaurs were the sort of creatures you might think of as inhabiting another planet.
Jedi Mega Man.
The kind you dream of in a bad nightmare.
We'll see. Stegosaurus might be unstoppable here. Again, it is our #1 seed. Triceratops is at #2. That was actually really difficult to pick which one would be which. But, yeah. So I am so sorry, Dryosaurus, but you're heading home. There we go. Oh, and we got to do our scores too. Stegosaurus won by, what was it, 45 to 16. Oh boy. Okay. 45 to 16. And then, what did Allosaurus win by? Does anybody remember? Shoot. I don't remember what the score was. Mr. Snipes says Dryosaurus at least won the vote in my heart. Oh, me too. 28 to 12. Thank you, Scorch Hellfire. 28 to 22 it was. 28 to 22. Okay, cool. Thank you for paying such close attention. 28 to 22. Nice. Well, there we go. Let's go ahead and export that as a PNG. April 7th results. And let's watch the stream lag for a minute as we render this file. Here we go. Frame rate's dropping. Okay. And let's post it. MarshMadness April 7th results. Let's see. 2 MarshMadness. Does matchups have a hyphen or no? Is it just one word? 2 MarshMadness matchups. Let's see. Just concluded on today's Twitch stream. Let's see. And a contest between Morrison Mega Theropods, Allosaurus has beaten Ceratosaurus to move on to face Stegosaurus, who in a shocking upset, let's put shocking in asterisks there for emphasis, who in a shocking upset has somehow managed to knock out the true king of the dinosaurs, Dryosaurus. Sorry, I had to do a M dash there. That requires using the number pad. Those are our soundboard buttons. Who'd have thought? instead of who'd have thought, let's just do a mind exploding emoji. There we go. There we go. I don't need to put a stream link in there. Let's just, hold on to your butts. Let's post it. There we go. There we go. There's a link if anybody would like to engage with that. And is anybody's bracket looking like this so far? Does anybody have a perfect bracket thus far? I know mine is not. I thought Dryosaurus was going to win the whole thing. Do I feel like a fool? Anyway, with that said, I've had a great stream today, and I've been streaming for almost 6 hours. That's like almost a full hour longer than I normally stream. So it's time to wrap things up here. Let's go ahead and do that. We'll put a Deinonychus skull under our credits. And let's find somebody to raid real quick. Who else is maybe doing some science on Twitch at the moment? Let's see here. Let's jump back into... Well, we already talked to science streams. We talked to Balint earlier. Let's go celebrate with Casey Snowart, who is now doing afternoon streams again. Her streams are always a good time. Let's go see what she's up to. She's working on some kind of dragon-like creature, doing some cool art live on stream. Let's go show her some support as she starts working toward her partner push. Everybody, thank you for another fun stream today. I hope you had a good time. I hope you learned something. I hope you've got a newfound or maybe enhanced appreciation for the history of life on Earth. What we can learn about it through the study of fossils. I'm streaming again tomorrow. Might be a little bit late, because I think I'm going to be going and doing some museum stuff in the morning, and that's how things often go on Tuesdays. Probably be a little bit late to stream tomorrow, but I'll start as soon as I can. And we'll be going over some fossil news, doing some more Marsh Madness, viewer Q&A, all that good stuff. Hope to see you then, everybody. Take care, and see you tomorrow. Let's go check out what Casey's doing.